Yes,
That's perfect.
So he introduces Hello? Yeah. Good. Hello? Hello? Yeah, okay. Wow. Okay.
The other side.
The other side?
Voilà.
Oh, yeah. I'll just try it. Déjà, il y a combien de personnes qu'il faut...
Oh, il y a deux.
Now you can hear me.
Hello.
Okay. Maybe we need to also find the off button when we whisper to each other.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
Yes, we should. When we eat our biscuits.
Il y a combien de personnes? 15, 18.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Essayez d'allumer là.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you again virtually or face to face. For the happy few who were courageous enough to come despite the nice weather. Today we are starting a course that goes somewhat beyond antitrust law stricto sensu, and which is a peculiarity of European law, which is state aid. And it is an extremely important matter. And I want to say very important rules, particularly important maybe to respect in times of a crisis such as the one we are going through at the moment, when the authorities try to support financially economic operators as much as they can. To talk to us about this fascinating topic today and the two next sessions, we are very pleased to welcome three extremely qualified and I would say complementary speakers, a lawyer and two members of the European Commission, one from DG Comp and the other from the legal service. So the first one to intervene today is Professor Jacques de Rennes, and Jacques is partner at Shepard Mullin. He has developed over 30 years of EU competition law experience across all areas, but I think it's fair to say that state aid is data. Jacques de Rennes is a professor of state aid law at the University of Liège. He's also a founding member of what we call the GCLC, the Global Competition Law Center of the College of Europe. Next to Jacques, we have Vincent Verhoeven, economist at the European Commission, DG Comp. Vincent presently works at the European Commission in the unit for the ex-post economic evaluation of EU competition policy and enforcement, right? And he's a competition economist with over 20 years experience in antitrust, merger control, state aid. And with DG Comp, Vincent used to work at the merger task force, at the chief economist team, and he worked also in the unit state aid, energy, environment. He was as well a member of the European Commission's task force set up in the wake of the COVID crisis to coordinate the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And then, last but not least, Antonio Buchagia is a member of the legal service of the European Commission, till recently, right? Or still, all right. Antonius regularly litigates on behalf of the Commission before the EU courts in Luxembourg. His areas of expertise include state aid in relation to banking sector, energy, environment, transport, basic industry, agriculture, fisheries, infrastructure. Actually, Antonius, I don't see what areas you don't cover. As you will have noticed, you will receive the course from the most qualified teachers there is, and I asked them to give them the floor because this is a course, as you will see, where the subject matter is so huge, you will need all the time planned for this course. So without further ado, I give you the floor, Jacques.
Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon and welcome to this course, this module 7. I would like to introduce the course between us and to show you how we will interact, and also to give you some guidance about the documentation that you have on your pack virtually, I suppose so. So you will be receiving nearly 500 slides. Today, 150. We'll be quick on some, long on others, but you will have plenty of information and references. You have received as well 2 documents, one which is the outline of the course, which I will describe with the first 2 slides, and some allocation between us, you will see that. And you have received as well a documentation file, which is a list of relevant legislation and others, where you have the list of legislation classified per theme, and that you find, of course, on the official journal and on the website. So if you print all the document I've sent you, the references, you have 1,000 pages of documentation of state aid. And then you have the list of bibliography. It's a list of several books and articles that you can consult. So as mentioned by Charles, thank you for the introductions. We are pretty much complementary. We know each other for many years and we work together or against each other. It depends with Adonis, but in fact, we are on the same side for the timing. I'm supporting the Commission in some cases for timing, but it may be the contrary. And then we have the same passion on state aid in particular. I've been working on state aid matters for 33 years now, be it for the member states, for notifying, to defend them, or for beneficiaries, or for competitors and third parties, or for authorities, notably the Commission on academic expertise on the subject matter. So let's start quickly to explain you the outline of the course. We will have a long introduction today, notably with Vincent on the conceptual introduction and concepts of economics behind state aid control. And I will introduce the main architecture as well. And the notion of aid will be, we will devote this session to the notion of aid. It's a challenge because in fact, notion of aid, the aid is not defined in the treaty. There is just a list of criteria which are construed developed by the case law. And if we would have done the things very well, usually on some words of that definition, we can spend 10 or 15 hours on each word. So it will be a quick introduction on all that, although quite developed and with a lot of references, but we will try to cover all the 5-6 criteria that we can identify in the definition of state aid today. The next time, we will have a full day on procedure and enforcement. procedure, the administrative procedure, what the Commission is doing to implement the rules to control the state aid, and then state aid enforcement on the power of the Commission to recover unlawful and incompatible aid, and judicial review, but only on the procedural matters, not on the merits, on the discussion of the arguments before the court would be too long, but the way the court is admitting or not cases in state aid, which is very specific in competition law. And then national enforcement, which is probably the most important because the most unknown. What are the powers of the national courts and the obligation of national courts in the case that member states do not comply with the obligation, which is often the case. Then we have the session. Let's try, it doesn't work, this one. Doesn't work, the push down.
Yes.
But it should work there, doesn't work there. But it's only that, or not?
Some bit free sometimes.
Okay. Well, session 3, so after the second session, we will have then we'll shift to the merits of the cases and the way the Commission, which have the exclusive power to do so, can declare aid compatible or incompatible. And then we will review some of the most important rules of substantive rules, notably the block exemption, the FISNet check, which has been done recently in order to develop the new rules. And then we have selected rescue restructuring state aid, which are the most distortive elements. And in the wake of the financial crisis, we will go to the COVID-19 outbreak as well, which is pretty much important because we have now maybe nearly 500 decisions since March 2020. And then regional aid and climate, energy, environmental aid, which have been totally refreshed, renovated some weeks ago. So this is the agenda for today. So we will do first, Vincent and I, in most of the time now, the two first points of the introduction, the rationale and the conceptual framework. And then we go to the definition of the notion, the three of us. Alors, without further ado, let's start with this, which is a slide I took from Mr. Verhofstadt, I think, member of the parliament. It's, of course, simplistic, but it speaks without any of itself. You can see that Europe, but not only state aid, but I will explain why state aid contributed to that a bit. Since the rule of law and European integration, we can infer that it created peace. Not more to say on that, you understand it very well. The last century was horrible, the first half of the last century, without Europe being integrated. And as soon as Europe was integrated, peace was there. It's the power of law, and that's the rule of law. And the European Union is a community of law, as mentioned by the Court of Justice in the arrêt, the case Les Verts in 1985, 82, something. That was not the case on competition law. So, but state aid specifically is the war, the commercial war between member states. We should not be naive. The member states are protectionists by definition. The member states are not federalist. Some are more than others. Federalist is sort of, unfortunately, a sort of insult. And but the member states are done and composed by governments who needs to be elected. And in order to be elected, you give some gift and you distort the law. It's a bit exaggerated, but it's a bit like that politically. That means that the member states do not care most of the time about the law. They infringe the law every day, every second. And the Commission is there to control that. And in state aid, in competition law, I like to do the parallelism between cartelist and member states. Cartelist, it's the cartels, you know what that means, 101, 102 for the abuses. And that's the private companies, and it's one of the obstacles to the European integration. It's the cartels and abuses, of course. The second obstacle is the member state. Unlike what they would claim, unlike what they can pretend and claim, they are violating the law, because if they were complying all the time the rules which are addressed to the member states, i.e. stated rules, we would not be here. There would not be any pathology of state aid. It would be full compliance, easy, and we would talk about only the last part of the session, the last session, the session 3 on compatibility. But we would not talk about procedure and violation and national code, etc. And also it is very important. And we have to come back in the past, in the roots of the European integration, and notably the SPAC report. I will be quick on that. You should have a look to the history books of that. But in order to complete the creation of the common market, the SPAC report, which was the report made by the negotiator of the Treaty of Rome, as you know, 56, the relaunch of the idea of the European integration, they identified specifically 2 types of competition distortions, notably the artificial advantages granted by member states and the discrepancies of national legislation. And then they wanted to prevent the member state to engage in that subsidy race, export aid, and protectionism, which is, then I skip that, but you have the SPAC report was in French only. It was translated later on when the English came. It was an unofficial translation in English, but I've not used it here. It's not easily accessible. But you will see that in the SPAC report, everything is in it. All the treaty is already in infancy in the SPAC report, and notably for state aid, all the principles are there. Notably the word favor enterprises of your nationality, the word threaten to distort competition, advantages will no longer be in the treaty, but will be in the case law, and we will speak about advantages, although the word is not in the treaty, and whatever the form of the state aid. All those principles, notably to discern the good aid or the bad aid, so to speak, i.e. The fact that sometimes you have to be realistic and the state should intervene probably, but be controlled. And then you have the idea, as page 58 here, that the control of that aid those aid and that compatibility of those aid should be given and vested to the Commission as a supranational independent body. So the idea of the SPAC report was to mistrust the other member states. The member states themselves said, we are not sufficiently independent ourselves to control ourselves. We need to have this supranational body independent, the Commission that we create. That's the idea of the whole Treaty of Rome, not only for state aid, of course, but in state aid is the ultimate reason of that objective. The rationale is totally justified, more than in any other subject matter in state aid. You will see that the state aid law is the most powerful law on earth on European law, because it goes against all national principles, even the res judicata. You will explain that later. That means that in order to maintain these exclusive powers of the Commission to be independent as supranational body, the case law of the Court of Justice went to the extreme of the primacy of EU law against national law. So this idea of supranational independent control is at the roots of the equilibrium of state aid law and the reason why we have peace, indeed, legally peace, of course, but also in practice, of course. Ex ante control, the idea was to give the Commission the power to receive notification in advance of all those draft state aid which are distortion of competition in themselves, and up to the Commission to decide and to say, yes, you can do that and that. That was an ex ante control. More and more, and you will see very quickly with the graph we will show you, by maturity of the law, the Commission has put exemption regulation, that you know the concept in antitrust, which has been expanded in state aid law. Now we have a general block exemption regulation across many matters, which exempts by category 95% of the cases, which means that the ex-ante control for the last 5-6 years shifted to an ex-post control, in fact, in practice. But nearly 50% of the spending is concentrated on the 5% of the cases which should still be notified because they are outside the scope of the block exemption regulation. In a nutshell, that's the situation. We will come back to that. And then we should remind you, of course, that the state aid control is competition law. I still do not understand the English who says competition and state aid. It's a pleonasm. I mean, state aid is fully part of competition law, although there is an element of internal market integration more than in antitrust, true, but it's part of the section or the chapter competition rules. Section 1 addressed to the takings, 101, 102. Section 2 addressed to the member states, state aid. And state aid is competition. I said commercial road, but it's more than competition, it's commercial road. Some member states they want to destroy the other member state. They want to destroy the competition they have from other companies, from Germany, from Belgium, from France, from Malta, etc. And they want to protect their own companies because they have in their mind their state and not EU. That's the natural propension of the member states, and state aid control is controlling that. And there you have two layers: competition between enterprises, companies, of course, because it's the commercial situation between companies, but also the competition at the level of the member states. And this is what you know perfectly, but where state aid is standing in that competition policy, you see that it's fully part of competition policy. You see where it stands. With the gray new part, I will come back to that, where the European Commission tried for the last 20 years to export state aid control, which is unique in the world, but progressively to export the ID. And the last ultimate example is this proposal for the control of foreign subsidies, which is not state aid, which is a control of the protectionism of the other regions when they invest into the EU. We'll come back to that. In a nutshell, and you will go to the detail in the slide, but state aid is unique in the world, yes. The control of state aid is unique in the world, but not state aid or subsidies. In the EU, it's an economy which is full of state aid. The NASA or Lockheed, Chrysler, Boeing, etc., is full of money from the state, but they don't mention it or they don't control it anyway. In the financial crisis, they spent in 1 second a few trillion, in fact, a few billions without any control, because they decided, oh, I'll give it to that, I'll give to that insurance, I'll protect the banks, no problem, and no control. There is a control, there is a state aid law in the US when they control the conditions. Sometimes they say, I give you that exemption of tax in order for you to stay here, and I want to see the employment stay. There are some conditions like that, but there is no conditions ex ante, no conditions as to the competitiveness, as to is it good for competition or not. They don't care about that. Why? Because basically, I simplify a bit, but basically they have a market integration already. The US is one market with many diversities, as you know, but it's less diversified in terms of market than the EU market integration, which is not yet done completely. So they do not need to control to that extent the Alabama against Texas. They fight each other with tax advantages, but they don't care. Amazon, for instance, they receive billions to change their headquarters to go to New York or to, I don't know where. There's been a lot of, there's been said about that 2 years ago, in order to move from the Silicon Valley or California elsewhere. The states fought by giving billions to Amazon, and nobody controlled at the US Supreme Court, is it a problem or not? You have in the US Constitution, the Commerce Clause, which is more control of the integration and the internal market of the US, a bit like we have here for internal market, there is a certain control of some discrepancies between the state's laws, but no specific control on the subsidies that they receive. And they have a lot of subsidies. They do that a lot, probably less than the French or the Germans, but still they do that a lot. And the concept of antitrust, with my US partners, when I say we do competition law and not only antitrust, they don't understand. Competition law is a word which is a bit strange. It's in the EU somewhere on earth. But for them, antitrust is against the trust, against the monopolization. They have the concept of monopolization law. We don't have that. We accept monopolization. We don't accept the abuse of monopolization. So antitrust is against the private. And competition is, of course, as you know, private and public. And stated law is the public. Then, of course, you have the GATT and the ECSC, the ECC. I skipped that. But export of stated control, you have all those EFTA, EEA, free trade agreements, etc. Progressively, the Commission inserted in those free trade agreements clauses of some control of subsidies, not controlled by a supranational body independent, but some arbitration, etc., or controlled by a committee between the two regions of that free trade agreement. But there are some issues, for instance, with the Swiss in 72, there's a slight control of state aid. With the Korean in the free trade agreement, there is control of shipbuilding subsidies, for instance, against the Korean and vice versa. And you have also some existing defense commercial instruments. I skipped that, but very limited remedies. Commission proposed what I will be talking to you. And the guidelines, you have a matching clause, which is a clause whereby the notifying member state can say, I think it's paragraph 92 indeed, or the guidelines, the notifying member state can say, well, the company, the beneficiaries to which I want to grant R&D aid is fighting and competing with Japanese and American in Dubai, or in Japan or in India for metro, for power plant, etc. I need to show you that they receive subsidies, the competitors in the outside the region. I need to have a higher level of state aid and to be more efficient. That's the matching clause, which never been used, in fact, because difficult to prove. It's an open door by the Commission to say you can grant a bit more aid maybe than expected in order to take into considerations the worldwide competition. So it's not correct to say that state aid is destroying the competition worldwide of the European companies. It can protect them as well. But then you have better now to come. And this is more detail about this new trade strategy, including the state aid control dimension. You have a lot of new free trade agreements since for 15 years now. We have different structure of free trade agreements going now with the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, notably in Ukraine. In Ukraine, they have a full state aid law. They copy-paste it, the full legislation of the EU, word by word, in Ukrainian law and the case law of the Court of Justice. They implement exactly the same principle. Of course, it's into the infancy. I went to Kiev 4 years ago to teach them about state aid control and to explain them a bit the case law, etc. It's a bit surrealistic indeed, and they have to control themselves in Ukraine. They have the competition authority is implementing state aid law in Ukraine against Ukrainian law to check that Ukrainian law is not distorted by that. And also in the Ukrainian agreement with the EU, there is a control of level playing field between the EU and Ukraine, where Ukraine cannot grant subsidies to Ukrainian companies to invest in the EU, for instance. And there is an international committee principle working on that. I skip that and you see the detail. Brexit, we will not discuss more, but at the end of the slides, I have some backup slides which explain the situation. And Vincent wrote a lot on that 2 years ago. We discussed a lot. I spoke about that in Hong Kong, for instance, in 2017, in order to explain what would be the situation. The problem of Brexit is the level playing thing. You have the English living out and having the power to destroy and distort competition in favor of their own companies, because they would say, I'm no longer obliged to comply EU stated law with a transition period of 4 years, and then I will do protectionism. No, the trade and cooperation agreement signed and the protocol on Ireland as well have some specific provisions on what they call subsidies, which is not state aid, which is similar to that, but not exactly. And there are some enforcement rules. The CMA is the new independent authority to do that, but I've always been tempted to say that they are not that independent, because they, as an authority in the UK, they cannot go against the parliament, for instance, who is totally sovereign. And of course, if you pass a law which is granting subsidies, it will not be controlled. And also the UK CMA is not that independent as compared to the Commission, because state aid means to define the law and the rules against the interest of the state. That's the state aid law, because the only interest which counts is the interest of the EU. And of course, when you control that in the UK in the Brexit time, it's difficult for the UK CMA to go against the interest of its own member state without any global supranational interest in mind. And I finish off the global introduction of the situation of stated law in the world by the Foreign Subsidies Initiative. You've listened to that initiative. It's been welcomed by most of the people, but of course, enterprises are some concerned and some other regions like China. The target is probably China, but the Commission will not say it. But of course, the target is any region in the world which have no control of state aid subsidies and which can destroy and distort competition when they grant advantages to their own enterprises investing in Europe. And there is a proposal being discussed now before the Parliament and the Council. We have a first reading with the Parliament. There is a lot of discussion, but basically the three main modules proposed by the Commission is to have mandatory notification of any non-EU subsidies above a certain threshold when they want to acquire an EU company thanks to that subsidy. And then the Commission will have a two-level control, the merger control level, plus the foreign subsidies control, and they can stop an acquisition if they say, well, you acquire that company only thanks to that subsidy, which I would not have accepted under EU law. And mandatory notification of support for public procurement bids, because in order to get EU money, they have to show that they are not that protected by their own Chinese investment, etc. And ex officio powers for the Commission to investigate and all that. Of course, it's a lot of problem of evidence, proof, access to information, declaration, and disincentive of investment and problem of in the worldwide globalization that may raise any problem on that. And then I finish off before introducing with Vincent the global conceptual approach against that background, just to give you a flavor of the provisions that we will be talking about. You have two provisions only, 107, 108. Article 107, there are three paragraphs. Paragraph 1, 2, 3. One is the definition of the concept, which is an aid. We don't identify what is an aid. It's an open definition granted by a member state or through state resources. And Adonis will explain how the code changed a bit the rules on that. The all you see that is an end for the time being. So aid granted by a member state or through state resources in any form whatsoever, which was in the SPAC report already, which distorts or threatens to distort. So threaten to distort is likely to distort. You don't have to show an economic study to show the effect. It's not effects-based approach. It's that economists, except Vincent and others, do not understand that. No effects-based approach. It's not hypothetical, but potential. By favoring, again, the word from the SPAC report, which is the word advantage, certain undertaking, which is the selectivity, I will talk about that, the selectivity element, favoring certain undertakings. You need to have an undertaking, we'll come back to that, certain goods, which is the sectoral aid, regional aid, certain undertakings, and insofar as it affects trade, which is the last conditions of affectation of trade between member states, which is also potential. And if you have all that, it is, you need to show if it's compatible or incompatible. There is a principle of incompatibility, which is in paragraph 1. But you have derogation, and you remember that 102, it's a prohibition without exception. I think we don't say incompatible, we say prohibition or something like that. In 107, we say incompatible because it's possible to have compatibility, which is the purpose of paragraph 2 and 3, and 106.2 for public services as well, which are the list of derogations. The Commission can declare Article 107.1 not applicable, in fact, exception. It will no longer be incompatible per se, it's not per se, but it will be declared compatible following certain conditions. Then 107.2, which is the de jure compatibility, where there is no margin of discretion for the Commission. The Commission is just obliged to declare the aid compatible if the conditions of that article are met. Then you have aid having a social character granted to consumers. That's quite rare, but still a lot in sometimes social measures. A. C, I skip it, division of Germany is gone. We have a lot of decisions in 1990 until 2000 about the reunification of Germany. And the B was resuscitated by the financial crisis and the COVID crisis. The B, first sentence, good damage caused, make good the damage caused by natural disasters, is storms today. If you have a storms destroying a company because fell off a tree, the state will give money to that company. It will be that provision which will apply, and they will have to show I have a damage, I have a cause, I've been deciding to help that company, it's for that. And then the Commission say, okay, yes, I'm obliged to say it's compatible. It is compatible if you prove me that it was a natural disaster, that it was a damage, that it was caused, etc., etc. And the same for the last sentence, all exceptional occurrences. And exceptional occurrences are notably, for the time being, the Commission construed the COVID-19 cases, the COVID-19 outbreak as being this exception, being these exceptional occurrences, and they changed its mind progressively. It's no longer the COVID, but in fact, it's the administrative restrictions caused by the COVID. So the exceptional occurrences now, it's not the financial crisis or the economic crisis that you can assess from the COVID recess, but only this economic recess caused by administrative restrictions caused by the COVID. So the Commission has a more restrictive interpretation on that, but still 500 decisions on that, not only on that one, but, and you will see that I think there are 60 decisions or something on 107.2b, which is compensation by any form, be it a loan or be it a capital increase, etc., to companies to compensate damages that you have to prove and no overcompensation. That's the 107.2b, but also you have also the 107.3b that we will see now here. The second part of the second paragraph, which is listing derogation of compatibility, is the compatibility of under the margin discretion of the Commission. And the Commission may declare those aid compatible, provided that the conditions that they developed in the guidelines from the case law of the Court of Justice, either A, C, it's the regional aid and sectoral aid, A, the disadvantaged regions, underdeveloped employment, etc. The C is the sectoral aid and regional aid. The B, Common European Project, and the second sentence of the B, or serious disturbance in the economy of a member state. That's the financial crisis and the COVID-19 crisis, which are not based on compensation of a damage, which is the most part of it. The financial crisis resuscitated that letter, which was dead. It has been used 3 times in 50 years until 2008. And then you have D and E, as you see. And that margin of discretion used by the Commission is developing a lot of guidelines, frameworks, and the general block exemption regulation, which is the exercise of the margin discretion of the Commission to declare compatible a long list of categories of aid in all sectors, which change the ex-ante control I mentioned to the ex-post control, because it's now the general block exemption regulation is an ex-ante control by the Commission, but then allowing the member state to take decisions and grant aid without ex-ante control individually for each aid, only an ex-post control. Voilà, I stopped there for the introduction of the principles, and Vincent will develop the main statistics, figures, and conceptual.
Thank you, Jacques. Yes, indeed. So I think it's always good to present a couple of figures and amounts and descriptives on state aid control, or actually any type of competition policy enforcement. And so this is giving the overview and evolution of state aid over the various years. The aid amount in 2019, which was, let's say, the last year before the COVID crisis, topped 134 billion euro, which, if you translate it, is about 0.81% of EU GDP. Now, is this a lot or is it not? I mean, it sounds like many billions, so it's a lot, let's say, let's agree. 0.81% of EU GDP, what does that mean? Well, it's also a lot. If you sort of consider that typically member states have, like a budget of about 40%, a bit more of GDP. That's sort of the average in Europe. 0.81% of GDP translates into, let's say, 1.5% of the public budget in European member states on average. And if you think of the Maastricht criteria, the 3% and so on, and you realize how difficult it is for some member states to actually meet those criteria, we're talking about a lot of money, a big chunk of the budget, not as big as some others perhaps, but still a relevant chunk of the budget, public budget, that goes into subsidies to firms, or I should say state aid. The evolution is as displayed here in this chart. And what you can see is that it has been sort of going down a little bit up until 2012, not counting the aid, all the aid that has been provided in the financial crisis, which took place more or less at the same time period. But afterwards, it has picked up quite strongly. And the big driver here is this green area, which actually depicts the state aid for climate, energy, and environmental purposes. So you can see how, let's say, which is a topic that, of course, occupies us all, I suppose, the Green Deal, the Green Agenda, CO2, etc., climate change. You can actually see it very much reflected in state aid spending. Just one spoiler, perhaps, before we go to the next slide. All this green spending is not only about subsidies being given for, let's say, renewable energy generation, like windmills, solar parks, and to industry to become more climate neutral, etc. There is also a whole lot of tax exemptions in there. So you may be aware of many taxes on energy products, on gas and oil and electricity. There's actually quite a few exemptions of those taxes and levies that are awarded to, let's say, energy-intensive industries very often, such that they don't become too uncompetitive in a global competition, for instance. So the two count as state aid, and we will actually go to that in much more detail later. But so to at least make you aware that what is called green subsidies or green state aid typically comprises different categories, different animals. Now, of course, there are important differences across member states. So here you see the map, and basically the red countries and the dark red countries, those are the countries where, let's say, this state aid as a percentage of GDP is highest. So it goes even up to, let's say, 1.4, 1.6% in Germany, and even 1.8% in Hungary. So that's double the average of the EU. By contrast, there are also countries where it's distinctly less, or more or less at the European average. Just to say one or two words on this, Germany is red because it's green. Sorry for the confusion here, but Germany is one of the leaders, if you like, or I should say at least one of the countries that spends proportionately most on green purposes. Again, subsidies, but also tax exemptions of various kinds. Whereas if you look at other countries which are in the red, so Poland, the Czech Republic, I see there, I think Hungary, obviously, Croatia, the Baltic countries, there you will see a bit more of regional development aid. It's a slightly more important category in those areas, because actually even our state aid rules are designed in such a manner that precisely those countries which have, let's say, a lower living standard, lower GDP level, they are the ones that are still supposed to catch up with the rest of Europe. It's there where, let's say, the possibilities for location investment incentives are biggest. And so, they use that quite a lot to precisely attract more firms to their territories. So there is a story behind every country, if you like. On the main objectives of state aid, well, Jacques has already, of course, presented the compatibility grounds for state aid, and you see them reflected in this chart. The letters are a little bit small, but let's say what you see here is, all the member states are lined up on the horizontal axis, and you see on what objectives, policy objectives, they spend most money, at least proportionately. And all these countries with blue bars, now it's blue, are spending actually proportionately most on green objectives. So climate, energy, and environmental objectives. And I think the biggest bar, indeed, as I said earlier, is Germany. That's the biggest blue bar there. But there are also other areas. So you see a couple of countries with yellow, and that's the regional development. So you see there Poland, Hungary, Croatia, Greece, and Portugal that spend a lot on that. There's one country, Belgium, where actually at least in proportionate terms, the biggest category is R&D and I. I mean, Belgium is a deeply R&D intensive country, as you may know. And they push that, and well, let's leave it maybe here for a moment. This chart is slightly older, from 2017, but it's the latest I found in this respect. It's actually a chart that sort of maps out a little bit. On the horizontal axis, you see the amount of state aid per capita. On the vertical axis, you see GDP per capita. So the higher up you are as a country, the richer you are per capita. That's the way to read this chart. Well, Luxembourg is up there because there are so many commuters, I think, into Luxembourg. So per capita, there's a lot of welfare creation there, GDP. But if you focus on the other countries, okay, you see some high countries there, and there is a little bit of a relation, but not so much. That's sort of displayed by this line that goes up a little bit. That yes, one could say that also those countries that are richest tend to spend also a little bit more on aid. However, this is not in this chart, but the line is not statistically very significant. So there is only a mild relationship between the two. But it is sort of important, I think, to the logic of state aid control. We'll get back to that in a moment. And it's non-crisis related. You're right, indeed. And I'll get to the next chart, which indeed also is telling. But of course, I think the reason why I wanted to put this chart is also to say that, you know, within this integrated European market that we have, there is a concern that those countries that have the biggest pockets are the ones that are most able and perhaps also willing, those are two different things, but still, to support their own industries. And it's not so visible here, perhaps, in this chart, but it will come out more clearly in the context of crisis aid. You know, when there's really a crisis, who can then pull the wallet? This is a first chart that I have about, let's say, the two crisis periods that we have seen. I think since the year 2000, and well, before that, nothing comparable, I think. So this is the financial crisis starting in 2008. And what I just do here is display the numbers so that you sort of get a feeling. These are by year, huh? So you go down from, you start with 2008, you go down to 2018, the state aid approved by the Commission in those respective years. And if we just look quickly at the numbers, I mean, there are two types of aid to banks. One is to give liquidity, which is on the right-hand side. This simply means cash or guarantees or debt. So you extend debt agreements to banks such that they are always, you know, they have sufficiently cash liquidity to spend if they need to. So already in the first year of the crisis, which was the big year, I guess, more than 3 trillion euro was basically approved by the Commission, which is actually 25 times bigger than this, let's say, normal average amount spent by member states in the EU in normal times. So this illustrates that. I should make one disclaimer, however, which is that that's aid amounts approved by the Commission. So the Commission writes up decisions approving, you know, the use of this aid instrument, et cetera, to the amount of X. It doesn't always mean that member states go to the amount X. Sometimes they choose to spend or use less. And so this is indeed the case here. I mean, member states have made available all sorts of liquidity arrangements and guarantees, but they have not all been taken up or used. So I think you can slash these amounts by maybe 5 or 10 to sort of get to the amounts used. But I wanted to at least convey the message that, yeah, in crisis times, the aid amounts really go through the roof. This is the second crisis, the one we're well about to exit. You know, let's stay confident and positive. Well, at least spring is coming, right? We can agree on that. State aid again, the budget's approved. So it's the same logic, if you like, in 2 years, 2020 and 21. So this is a cumulative amount. Again, coincidentally, it's this 3.1 trillion, which is precisely the same amount or comparable to the liquidity that was made available in the banking crisis. So you know, roughly comparable amounts, you might even say. Again, aid amounts spent are much lower. So this is like the ammunition box that member states have available, if you like, but they haven't all used it, luckily, I guess. And here, this is sort of maybe then coming to Jacques' point, you know, the differences per member state, you can actually display them again in a chart. The member states are on the horizontal axis. And you see two lines. Well, the one is most visible. That is actually the dark blue line, you know, with the spikes and so on. And that actually indicates what share of GDP the aid packages represent. And here you see how, well, suddenly, for instance, Germany, that's the big peak there. Germany mobilized or made available, at least in theory, about 45% of GDP, half of its GDP, just to get that economy going and as an assurance for all the headwinds that would probably follow. Other member states have also displayed quite some action. Italy, partly because they could, partly because they had to, because they, well, unfortunately, but we all remember, I think they were deeply hit, even in the very beginning. But also, if you look at the GDP numbers in that year, they were particularly bad for Italy and also some other countries in the Mediterranean basin in particular. Anyway, so, but this shows, how Germany sort of mobilized so much, and also France is sort of high up there. It's not so visible, but it's in the spike. And I think this illustrates a bit, the need. We would argue as Commission, by the way, of course, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission, but I sometimes try to explain what we are doing. But it does explain a little bit the logic or the rationale of having state aid control, which is to somehow, if you have a very integrated market where companies are competing more or less in a market without borders, at least that's the ambition, or sometimes also the practice. You wouldn't want to have one member state or some member states in particular, the big ones. And I'm not focusing on Germany here specifically. That's not the point, but it's a more general point that the richer member states, the ones that are most able and also willing to sort of subsidize their firms ahead of all the rest. Two more slides, which I think is telling much about what Jacques already referred to as the European state aid control system, which has increasingly become a system of a block exemption regulation, whereby many measures, most state aid measures and schemes and so on, subsidy schemes, are actually sort of covered automatically by that block exemption regulation. So let's say the approval is automatic. It's there. There is some ex post evaluation effect going on with many of maybe the larger schemes and so on. But let's say in principle, there is nothing much that stops member states from just enacting these schemes and going ahead. And that's actually a development, a very strong development as of the last 10 years. So what you see here is simply, let's say, the number of cases. That's all those bars. The yellow bars are, let's say, the notified cases. So the standard or default cases, if you like, they had to be notified, and it's only in the beginning of the 2000s, and those are the gray bars, that let's say a block exemption regulation was put in place, but a fairly targeted and maybe modest one. And the green bars are actually all the schemes covered by the new block exemption regulation, which is called the General Block Exemption Regulation, GBER, general, because it covers almost all the areas of state aid. So that one was enacted in 2008 and significantly expanded in 2014 under the so-called state aid modernization process. So that was the second version of the GBER, if you like. And you can see how, that those green bars have taken up to, let's say, almost 86% of all active schemes at present are simply covered, authorized under GBER. If you look at, let's say, new schemes that are being started, actually more than 95% even. On the other hand, what those schemes cover are typically, let's say, those schemes where the Commission is sufficiently confident that they are probably striking a good balance between positive effects and negative effects. They are not too distortive, which is typically translated as, well, the amounts involved are not that high, the amounts per firm at least, and the aid intensities are reasonable, etc., etc. Many of the cases that are still notified happen to be or are precisely the big ones and the difficult ones that still need an individual notification and a individual assessment by the Commission. And those are, and the amounts, you can see them here. So let's say about 1/3 of state aid in terms of the amounts is actually covered by GBER, 1/3 or only 1/3. 2/3 is still covered by explicit decisions of the Commission authorizing or not authorizing, well, in this case, authorizing, of course, aid. And then there's also aid which is non-authorized. So it doesn't appear in this chart, obviously, for good reasons. This is something I've already said. I think this simply indicates, what are typically the aid amounts, the total budgets per aid scheme. And you can see blue versus orange, that the blue ones are the notified cases, notified schemes, and they are typically of a much larger budget. The average is 400 million nowadays budget, as opposed to block exempted schemes or cases where the budget is typically just below 100 million. So this illustrates a bit what's going on there. Good. Well, having given these charts and overviews, I hope you have a bit of an idea of the magnitude of things. And then let's maybe step back, if you like, go back one moment. I suggest until that will be 3 hours, the next half an hour until 3 o'clock. I'm looking at the chair of but I think I hope it works. To the conceptual framework. So state aid control, why do we have it? What's special about it? What does the Commission try to achieve in its assessments? Okay. And many things have actually already been summarized nicely by Jacques, so that's a good fertile ground, I think. So why have a state aid control system? Because actually, as Jacques mentioned, I mean, state aid control doesn't exist everywhere. So I think it does make sense to pause a moment and sort of go back to basics, to think about, okay, why is it good? Why do we want to have it? Why do we want to continue having it? Or maybe not. I mean, that is for you to maybe make up your mind as well as part of this course. But let's say the basic premise, which is very well established since centuries, is that trade is in principle good. Trade of economic goods between countries, between regions. In principle, it's a good thing for welfare or GDP creation. We all become richer if we trade with each other, and that is a principle that is well accepted. Why? Well, if you have a bigger area within which you can trade, I mean, that all allows for more specialization. The wine can be grown in Portugal. It doesn't have to be done in Norway. You know, those types of considerations. So you have countries specializing and utilizing their comparative advantage to do what they do best, and basically sell that, and with the money they buy stuff that they don't do as well. That's the core logic of the benefits of trade. If you have a bigger trade zone, bigger country, if you like, within which you trade, this allows for scale economies, you know, because individual firms can become, you know, can increase scale, can become more efficient because of all that. And all that can also mean enhanced competition. Because you have, let's say, more players in your market if you broaden, if you enlarge your market, and that means you have more competition between, you know, efficient scale firms. Now, before you actually get such a trade zone, you must somehow remove a couple of obstacles which typically exist between countries. And historically, this is precisely what the European Union has done. It has removed tariff barriers. They are out of the window. They went quite quickly even. The Union has removed non-tariff barriers. This has been a more painful process, but you know, Europe 1992 has been a Jacques Delors Commission has been a tremendous impetus to that. And this is really interesting and visionary from the people who wrote the SPAC report. They were aware that you can't have a efficient, well-functioning trade zone unless you also keep subsidies under control. You have to somehow have a discipline on subsidies, because otherwise member states will try to compete away firms in other member states and always push their own firms and subsidize them. And that's, of course, the focus of this course. Now, this is a principle. I mean, these principles, they apply to all countries. Let's say in Europe, a bit broader, you might even say, even globally, this is the case. So why don't we have a global state aid system? Now, and here, there are two things that matter. First of all, I think, it depends a bit on, okay, which countries do you put together? And what is the potential for trade? Now, the potential of trade is in the core driven by what is called the principle of economic gravitation. What does this mean? Well, most trade happens to occur nearby. That's just the way it is. I mean, that's economic. That's logical. And the benefits of a state aid control system therefore increase, if you like, with the extent to which trading partners are really close and likely, because of their proximity, to trade a lot. That's one observation, which may also explain why, for instance, there's no direct need for a strict state aid control system between maybe Europe and the Asian Pacific region, because there's not that much trade, at least by comparison. There are things to watch for, but it's not the same. And then, okay, what also is important is the propensity, or maybe the likelihood or the inclination of the trading countries to subsidize, to pool the wallet. And that depends on the ability to subsidize. Do countries have big wallets? And in fact, also the differences between those budgets. Do some countries have much bigger wallets, deeper pockets than others? And the incentive to subsidize. And this comes a bit more to, is there sort of within the country concerned, maybe anyway, a bit of an inclination to support firms by the state, etc. Maybe a tradition of state support. And here what one typically thinks about is, let's say, France with a more centralistic model of running the economy, where, let's say, the influence of the Ministry of Economic Affairs is actually much deeper and direct, probably, than it has been in the setup, even in the economic constitution of Germany, where after the war, a deliberate choice was made to have more distance between, let's say, the state and industry, with, for instance, already after the war, a very influential Bundeskartellamt in between, if you like, just to give one example. Anyway, so all these factors matter, and you could summarize by saying that, the closer the countries are, the more inclined they are to trade, but also given, the propensity or the differences in propensity to intervene in the economic process, the more you might need state aid control. And certainly the authors of the SPAC report, or let's say the creators of the European Union, have thought it wise to design a very comprehensive and deep state aid control system, with ex ante notification being maybe the hallmark of that. Now, of course, state aid is not only about distortions and bad things and risk to the economic development. Actually, it can also be the opposite, because if you think of what is state aid, well, state aid is a subsidy. Why do governments give subsidies to firms, to undertakings? That may also be for good reasons, for sound public policy reasons. It doesn't always have to be malign, to put it like that. It's not always deliberate, it's not, so there are plenty of subsidies, and you can think of, environmental subsidies or R&D subsidies, or, well, we will see many types of subsidies where you could actually say, well, that's a valid public policy perspective. So there's something good about it, potentially, or most likely, hopefully. And so ultimately what it comes down to is that you have to find a balance between the benefits of subsidies, member states pursuing their own public policy, and the costs, which one can translate as distortions of competition and negative effects on trade. And that's what the compatibility assessment of the Commission entails. Basically trying to strike this balance. I can't make it shorter than that. Weighing these two dimensions, positive and negative. But of course, and this hopefully should become plain obvious from also this course, I mean, this striking of a good balance is not done case by case. Increasingly, the whole system is sort of with the block exemption regulation, so there are rules that automatically approve things and strike that balance, or at least are a proxy of trying to strike a good balance. But let's go deeper into both the benefits and costs and try to be a bit more explicit about what those are. And let's take first the benefits. So typically in economics, there are two broad rationales that are distinguished for public intervention in economies. So what's the rationale? Well, either they can be efficiency rationales, that's to make the market more efficient, or in other words, to correct market failures because they exist. And the second reason for intervening in the economy by way of state intervention is not so much about efficiency, but rather about what is called equity or fairness. That's sort of a similar term. So that's all about, okay, maybe the outcome of the market is efficient. Competition works, everything is efficient, great. But we observe that some groups or some areas are left out or don't benefit very much. And that is also a valid concern and maybe a reason to intervene with some extra support to these areas or to these companies. But then the logic is one more of redistribution and cohesion. So what's a market failure? I've already said it actually. It's in economics, at least, it's a fairly defined term, namely all instances where the market is not efficient. And what does that mean? Where the market does not reach a welfare maximizing, GDP maximizing, or value added maximizing outcome. Somehow money is left on the table. It's not efficient. And in this slide, I just gave a couple of well-known examples, or these are probably the 5 main categories of market failures. And I will be very brief about some of them. And we have literature references in our reading list where you can read up a bit on these topics. So let's say the prime example is externalities, and this is a situation whereby actually there is a mismatch or a wedge between the cost and benefits of something that a firm does, so an individual firm, and the cost and benefits to the economy as a whole. So a company normally is motivated mostly by profits. I say mostly, not only, that we know, but profit is a very important thing, because without profit you go out of business. So that's also one reason. But so if companies start R&D programs, they will primarily do this for for their own sake, right? To sort of develop the products that they can sell in a couple of years and become and remain competitive and take market share and earn a profit. Now firms, of course, do R&D. But they may not do it enough. Why am I saying this? Well, if you do R&D, it's typically not only good for the firm itself, but also for many other firms, suppliers, customers, firms in the ecosystem. Now, the benefits to these other firms are not often or not always taken into account by the firm that is doing something. And so there are plenty of spillovers around that are not taken into account by the firm. And this being so, typically it will tend to underinvest in R&D, underinvest from the perspective of overall welfare GDP creation. And so there is a reason actually for the state then to intervene and say and do things to make the firm invest more in R&D than it otherwise would. Now, one such way is actually the patent system. This is a state intervention. The state has defined property rights to make sure that actually firms get a bigger part of their inventions. They can actually charge money for patents, et cetera, for the use of patents. And so this is already one type of public intervention to correct that market failure, to make firms do more R&D. But another one, and that's then the state aid equivalent, if you like, or the state aid variant of that. In many member states, you will see important R&D subsidy programs, which are precisely meant to make sure that firms do more R&D than they otherwise would. I'll just mention the negative externality, which we all know is environmental pollution, CO2 emissions. Firms might not care directly about that because it doesn't sort of enter their profit line, but it's a big problem. And somehow this has to be corrected. Well, how can this be corrected by the government? One mechanism is ETS, the emission trading system. You may have heard of that, I suppose. Trading system for CO2 emissions. But beyond that, there is also a case for subsidizing firms such that they take measures to reduce emissions more than they otherwise would, or to sponsor the construction of windmills, solar. Because all these things bring benefits which go beyond the individual investor. I will maybe go to the next slide and just raise your awareness on these other forms of market failures, which are equally important from the perspective of state aid and a reason for allowing state aid, basically. The other big group of rationales is equity rationales, as I mentioned. Even if the outcome of the market process is efficient, so let's say the patents do their work, the subsidies for R&D do their work, the subsidies for renewables do their work. So let's imagine competition works and everything is quite efficient. It may still be that the outcome is not acceptable or desirable. One example is maybe, let's say, bus services or postal mail services in remote areas, rural areas or mountainous areas and what have you, islands. You will typically not see a bus service in very remote areas. And actually, it's even a good thing from efficiency point of view, because it's just really expensive to have a bus going around in such an area. The costs are bigger than the benefits. However, it's typically deemed non-acceptable that there are entire regions in a country that have no access to bus services, or to postal services, or to broadband access. So. Indeed, it's good that the market maybe doesn't do things there, or it's just too inefficient. But yet, we do think as a society, it's a societal choice, political choice to have these services there. In which case, you could say, okay, I'm going to subsidize all that. Here are a couple of examples which are all going into that direction. So regional aid is actually the prime example, maybe, of what I just described, because it may also be that in this wonderful, efficient, competitive market of Europe, you have some countries that are falling behind, or regions that are falling behind, sometimes even for reasons that they can't even influence that much. And so you could say, well, maybe we allow more regional aid, investment aid, operating aid in those regions, such that they are becoming a bit more like us. Aid for the provision of SGEI, so services of general economic interest. That's the example that I just gave about, postal services, bus services, broadband, those types of aid. One example also worth mentioning here is, aid for rescue and restructuring. So companies being saved from bankruptcy, if you like. When aid is given to those companies, at least one dimension is often that member states don't want this sort of sudden loss of employment in the thousands. And they really care about a bit of continuity and preventing loss of employment. Now I put it here in this list, but actually, if you think of it, sometimes rescue and restructuring aid also has an efficient purpose. Think only of saving the banks in the financial crisis. Imagine what would have happened if banks had collapsed one after the other. I mean, it would have had a devastating effect on the whole of the economy. So that would have been clearly also an efficiency reason, or that was an efficiency reason for the government to step in and support the financial system. Same now with COVID, to the extent that some firms are saved by that COVID aid. That's maybe not just an illustration of equity, but simply the observation that, well, we are now in a crisis situation. It is actually efficient even to spend aid. These are all potential positive effects, but of course, before you go from the potential to the actual, you must always think about one point, which is the effectiveness of state aid. And here, the important questions are, does state aid really make a difference or not? If so, to what extent? And one point that I just want to highlight here is that, there's plenty of empirical literature in economic literature that has assessed the effectiveness of state aid schemes in making firms do things that they would not otherwise do. And there's too much to talk about, but one point that I want to sort of highlight here that does come out quite consistently is that typically state aid makes more of a difference to SMEs than it does to large firms. And why is that? Well, SMEs more often have some difficulty with access to finance, getting credits from the bank. They have less of a track record. They have maybe less deep pockets, etc., etc. So this is a thing that has come out quite consistently, and it's one thing that actually has also found its way. I'm not saying this because of the economic literature, but consistently it is the case that, let's say, the possibilities to give state aid to SMEs is much larger than it is to large companies. And in part, this is related to this insight that it probably matters more to SMEs than it does to large companies. And the other part, of course, is that, well, perhaps maybe they are also more distortive. When you give a lot of aid to large companies, it may have more distortive effect than giving it to SMEs. Let me have a closer look also at the negative effects of aid. That's the other side of the coin, which ultimately the Commission has to balance. And I think what is worth remembering from this, also for you, is that in state aid control, I think, you're familiar with the concept of the theory of harm, right? So the theory of harm is a bit, okay, what is the mechanism through which you think competition, for instance, will be restricted, or prices will go up, or something of that kind in antitrust. Now, in state aid, you can also speak of theories of harm. What are the negative effects? How do they develop? And in state aid, actually, you have many more theories of harm than in antitrust. I think antitrust and merger control, typically all focus is on market power. Everything is towards making sure that market power is not increased because of the merger or because of the conduct of the dominant firm, for instance. That's really the central point. But in state aid, there is no such central point. There are more theories of harm. And actually, before you sort of want to know what is the negative effect of state aid, you have to understand, well, what would have happened without state aid? And that's the counterfactual, as we call it. And this is also linked to, this is a concept that you will hear about more often in state aid control and in this course. That's the incentive effect. That's basically the state aid jargon for asking, does the state make a difference? Typically, the incentive effect is sort of thought of as, you know, does the aid for R&D make a difference? Does it make that the firm does more R&D? That's on the positive dimension. But you can also think of that, of the incentive effect or the counterfactual on the negative dimension, to really find out what is really the effect of this aid on competitors, on competition, etc. And here, this is one point that I think is worth highlighting. That is that there are different types of distortions depending on the scenario already. Because very often it's said, subsidies are distortive and they distort competition. Okay. But you have to already start with the question, yes, but does the state aid actually make a difference? Either the aid is effective in obtaining more R&D, more energy savings. If so, this will make the company stronger. And yes, you can envision some effect on, let's say, the product market, if that's your focus. Or state aid is not effective. And we know there is quite a lot of ineffective aid going around. We don't like it, but we know this is the case. But if the aid is not effective, then what effect can it have on competition? You could say, well, no effect because it's not effective. Well, no, not quite. Because if the aid is not effective, basically it's a windfall profit to the firm. But what does that mean for competition? Well, one impact I can already mention. I mean, if firms get more money, more cash, that's what it is basically. I mean, many things can happen. They can give some back to their shareholders. Well, you could say, well, that's fairly innocent. Yes, maybe not, because the moment firms start giving money to shareholders, this tends to sort of make them more attractive, if you like. It reduces their cost of equity. Even there, one could consider an impact. But more generally, even if they don't give it to shareholders, I mean, they have surplus cash. With the surplus cash, they can do whatever. They can invest more. They can increase capacity. They can do. They can enter new markets, new regions. I mean, the effects can be everywhere. It's difficult to tell, but most likely the firm will become stronger at potentially the expense of rivals. That's the main concern here. And what is also possible is that aid, even if it's not directly effective in the sense that, let's say, I mean, we've had cases as a commission in the past of firms being given training aid in automotive. Many companies like Ford and GM and others have received training aid, millions of them even. It's called training aid, but if you sort of start scratching a bit and sort of looking at, what is this training aid, like 10 million aid or 15 million of aid for the training of workers, it actually turns out to be nothing else than a location incentive. So there have been cases in Belgium where Belgium gave, or Flanders actually gave subsidies to Ford and to GM. Lots of training aid, but it turned out, or it became apparent that most likely that aid was not really necessary for training aid, because Ford anyway had to do the training, because otherwise they could not produce new cars, and they could not sell cars. So, I mean, this was all clear. There was no incentive effect on that dimension. However, there was a strong suspicion that this money only served to make sure that, let's say, the construction of the new Ford Mondeo or Galaxy or whatever it was actually brought to Belgium as opposed to Romania or Cologne, I think, in Germany. So in other words, subsidies which have a certain label actually sometimes are rather perhaps meant for other things, like keeping employment, persuading the company to buy local, what have you. This one I will just show as an overview and refer interested people to the literature. So I think if one were to classify, categorize a bit, the different negative effects of trade, you can distinguish two groups: loss of welfare, efficiency losses, and shifts in welfare, whereby the last point is mostly about, beggar thy neighbor types of situations, whereby one country, like the example I just gave, the moment Belgium gives subsidies all the time to its own companies to continue producing here, I mean, that goes at the expense of someone else, most likely. And this is a distributional effect. And this can be, a reason to say, well, this is something I don't like. Let's try to keep that to the minimum. Or the first group, that's more about efficiency and welfare. And let me make a selection here. And I will do only 3 slides in total. So, because I think these are the most important or the most interesting distortions, the product market distortions. So simply in the relevant market concerned, if you like. So what's the impact on competitors and those types of things? And here, I think the key insight is that, state aid can have a interfering influence, distortive influence on the whole process of competitive entry and exit and expansion. So the normal dynamism of sectors. And actually, if you look at the economic literature, it's, let's say, markets become more performant, economies become richer, GDP growth is obtained, not so much because necessarily each and every firm becomes more productive every year, that happens, but mostly because of the churn process, which means that actually the non-efficient, non-interesting, non-performing firms are basically disappearing, and their place is taken over by new entrants or expansion by firms that actually do perform for the benefit of customers and are efficient. So it's this sort of replacement effect that is the key driver of productivity, GDP growth in economies. So if anything, you would want to keep that process going and not have it disturbed too much or stopped by what? Well, by state aid, because state aid, if you give lavish state aid, in particular, lavish rescue and restructuring aid, by that you avoid all the time that any firm leaves the market. This only clogs up the system. It stops that churn, that dynamic process of entry, expansion, and exit. So you don't want that. But it's not confined to, let's say, only rescue and restructuring aid. Actually, all aid that somehow allows firms to continue business for more or for longer than they otherwise would has potentially this idea of stopping this dynamic process and clogging up the system. One chart that you may find interesting here a bit, and that is that the US has historically, but also in the last 2 decades, had a higher productivity growth typically than European countries. There are several reasons for that, but one factor that is often pinpointed, including by the OECD, is that precisely in the US, you have, let's say, more firms that are, let's say, growing at a high pace. So these are distribution of firms. In the middle, you have firms that are rather stable in terms of growth from one year to the next. So they don't grow much or they don't shrink much. They are here. But in the US, you see, at least in comparison, quite a few firms at the extremes. High growth firms, which, by the way, by definition means also many firms that shrink fast or go out of business. By contrast, in Europe, you have much more a concentration of firms in the middle, stable, growing a bit, shrinking a bit, but less dynamic, if you like. And so this is one of the factors that is highlighted often as one of the factors, one of the many factors of a difference in dynamism. Last slide I want to present on this point is, so here we have actually, so first I've talked about this dynamism of firms entering, exit, etc. You can also focus on the individual firms that get aid themselves, which is potentially causing a problem. And there are two issues here which I think are pretty interesting and topical for what we try to do. And that is that, first of all, there is what is called, the soft budget constraint. So Cornet, a Hungarian economist who actually then fled to the US at some point, has done a lot of research, and he was the one to coin the term. And of course, from his background, he was all too familiar with firms that sort of always got state money, state budgets to work with. And firms that always, also at the end of the year, if they were lacking money, let's say, the state would probably just come in and give some extra money. So, and he observed and analyzed that, yeah, if anything, this type of aid or this type of state support leads to all sorts of productive inefficiency. Firms become lazy, no incentive to become productive, efficient, because they know whatever happens at the end, someone will help. And it's this prospect of aid that is always there is a big negative effect on firm efficiency. So let's try to avoid that. But also, if you get aid or you expect to get aid always, and this is in particular relevant to the financial system and the banks. So this was an issue in the financial crisis as well. You know, it reduces the borrowing costs of the banks in question because, you know, normally if you give a debt to a company, you ask for an interest rate, and you know, if the bank is very risky, you ask for a higher interest rate as someone who lends money to the bank. But of course, if the bank has basically a state guarantee and you know, is too big to fail, it will always be helped. Debtors know that actually, this bank is not so risky, I might as well ask less interest. So this reduces the borrowing cost for the banks in question, which means they can expand at the expense of other banks. But also, they may actually be enticed to take more risk. They go into all sorts of things, acquisitions, risky operations, risky investments. Why? Well, they know if anything happens, you know, the state is there to the rescue. So I can do this. And of course, only banks that are too big to fail can do this. Other banks, they cannot. The small banks, they are sometimes actually going bankrupt. It doesn't happen often, luckily, but I mean, it does happen. They can't do this. So this creates a clear distortion, you could say, between big and small banks. But not only that, it simply is a plain inefficiency that banks are doing that. Or here the example is banks, but you can also think of industrial conglomerates. I think maybe Alstom, others might be an example at some point in history, Jacques. But and this then illustrates that it's often very important to always make sure that the firm that gets some money still is exposed to some of the consequences of what it has done. Because the moment you don't do that, there is no limit to risk taking. And that is the concept of burden sharing as it is known in the state aid world. But on this, Jacques will tell you much more in the third session, I think, when we come back to rescue and restructuring aid and also aid to the banks, where this is a prominent feature of what the Commission has been trying to do So yes, it allowed state aid to rescue all these banks. Yes, it typically allows aid for firms to be rescued or restructured. However, the Commission does make sure that at least some element of burden sharing remains present, such that dynamically incentives are not too much distorted. Okay, I hope to have given you a bit of an intro overview of both charts and numbers on the one hand, and some of the conceptual background of state aid control. I'm happy to take questions now or at any point. Otherwise, we maybe go for a break. Is that it? Or I don't, yes? Yeah? That's good, I think. Yeah.
For sure. 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do 10 minutes break. We will see you again at 3:25. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. See you.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that's good.
So everyone, you can come back to us. We'll start again for the second part of the lecture. Thank you. Please open your video so we can see you. It's always nice.
Okay, can we resume? We are all on air, and let's go to the notion of aid. And I see one question in the chat from Yves Carpi. We will come to that question later, but I can give a preliminary response already. So the question is whether if a state aid is granted by a court, as it could happen in Brazil, apparently, but it could happen, and we have cases as well, notably in Greece on that. We'll come back to that. But if indeed the state aid is granted or authorized or confirmed by a decision of the court, yes, if that state aid was not approved, notified, or is incompatible with the rules of state aid, then the Commission has the power indeed to stop the state to respect the judgment, full stop. Even we have a case, notably in this Greek case, you will explain, I think, later, that when a judge is intervening to expand a contract for an existing aid, which become a new aid, etc., but you will come back to that, the creation of the aid originated from the judge itself, and the judge is the state. So the state is the judge, the parliament, and the government. Whatever, we don't care, the same for the Commission. Then if it happens that imputability or the cause of an aid is a judge, which is quite rare, that could indeed trigger such a situation, quite rare, where the Commission could go against the state for that violation. So the Commission could abolish it, could stop it, or could indeed require the member state to review the situation. And we will see that that's the powerfulness of the state aid law. Even if that judgment is definitive, the Commission could say, well, I don't respect the res judicata because this judgment could have violated the equilibrium between the exclusive power of the Commission to grant to authorize the state aid and the obligation under national law. So we'll come back to that. Thank you, Yves Carpi, for that. And let's see on the slides, we go to the crux of the matter of today. Let's accelerate a bit. I will be very quick on one. I have 12 slides. I will go flying on that, because for the two advantage, it will be very important that Adonis will take the time, and selectivity is the most obscure concept in state aid. I could say impossible to explain because the code is totally inconsistent, but we will try to do so. The Commission believes it is very clear because it's in its favor on some branch of state aid cases, but we will see the divergences. So this is a definition. Again, as I said to you, it's not a definition, it's an open list of criteria. I would say it's a not closed definition of open definition. Why an open definition? Because the authors of the treaty, the founder of Europe, in the SPAC treaty, SPAC report notably, they didn't trust each other. So let's be careful about us. We are very creative. And if we define a state aid by something which is closed, we will invent something to circumvent it, for sure, of course. And we do not know, Adonis or I, we do not know what type of new aid will be created by a state. It's endless creativity. But the flexibility of the case law of the concept allow the Commission to control or to argue that they can control that aid, etc. And you have the criteria which are summarized here. You see the text, you will read the text, etc. But we see the criteria, I translated here, and I put in italics the words of the text. And you will see the words of the text is sometimes not really used. To understand advantage, we put in any form whatsoever, favoring. Favoring is in the text, but the code never never use the word favoring. They use, or maybe in some obiter dicta, but it's the word advantage, economic advantage, etc. Selective advantage, which is a collapsing of the words. Then the second, so the sequence is different. The Court of Justice usually start by transfer of state resources. For me, it's not logical. The most important, obvious criteria, and you stop if you do not have it, it's advantage. And it's not the easiest way, but it's the one which is determinative, so determining of the decision. Advantage, you need to have an advantage. Two things: to favor somebody against others, how to show that, and in any form whatsoever. Then you need an undertaking. That's not in the rule, but we are talking about undertakings. We are not talking about consumers or non-economic activity, which is the purpose of this section. I will start quickly. Then the advantage should be selective, not giving to all. If you give an advantage to all, it's not an advantage, in fact, because everybody is advantaged. So, and of course, the territory of the selectivity is per member state. It's the territory of the member state which gives the scope of the advantage. And it's some in the member state are advantage against others, and the selectivity is assessed according to that scope. And the selectivity, as you will see, can be regional, material, de facto, etc. So it's not only on the substance of the advantage, which is only to all, it's only to certain people, but also a region is a selectivity, regional selectivity. Then transfer of state resources and imputability. So the advantage should be decided by the member state with a decisive influence by the government or somebody there representing the state, strictly speaking in that case, and imputability of the states, and transfer of state resources. The advantage should mobilize the budget. There should be a risk to the budget. Even there is no cash, for instance, a guarantee, a state guarantee represents a risk to the budget. Even there is no activation of the guarantee and no spending, there is a risk to the budget. That's already a transfer, potential transfer of state resources. Tax exemption, etc. It goes for revenue foregone or not, it's the same. And then I put an arrow there, we put an arrow there because in fact the last two conditions are not presumed, not legally presumed, but are quite automatic consequence if you have the others, except in certain cases we will see. So if you have the four or the three cumulative one at the start, then you're pretty sure that you have a distortion of competition. If you have an advantage which is granted to some undertakings and not others, you have a distortion of competition. Then you will have a bunch of economists who will say the contrary, because effect-based, it may not be the case, but potentially it is the case. And is this paragraph 1 is not an economic paragraph, it's a legal paragraph. It's the economics are coming, except in the MUP, we will see the market economic principle. Economics are going to the compatibility assessment, the negative externalities and positive externalities, and the equilibrium, the balancing test of all that. That's in economics, of course, it's not legal test. But here, the legal test is quite formalistic to that extent. When you have those advantage, selectivity granted, etc., you have a risk of distortion of competition, and you do not have to show the risk. You have to say potentially there is a risk legally. Of course, it should not be hypothetical, but it's potentially sufficient. And the same for affect trade between member states. And also the two conditions are examined together most of the time. We will come back to that at the end of the session today, because you will see that there is a trend by the General Court and the Commission to limit a bit that and to avoid that any type of advantage, even local, should be controlled by the Commission. The Commission is trying to limit that and narrow it against the case law of the court, which is endless without limit, but there are some support by the General Court to that trend. We'll come back to that. So undertaking, quickly, is the same definition as in internal market or others. It's an entity, whatever the legal status, which is engaged in an economic activity, which means the sale, offering of goods and services on the market against considerations, or even free, but on the market. There should be a market, and there are sometimes competition for or on the market. You can have a competition and an activity, an economic activity, if you have a full monopolization, but you have a competition to get the market, to go to the market, that competition for the market, then you still have a problem. Or you have competition on the market, that's for sure. The only situation where there is no economic activity, but even no distortion of competition, is like that's more distortion of competition than economic activity, but the UK network rail case in 2000, where it was a decision where the Commission said there is no distortion of competition possible because it's a natural monopoly. There is no possibility to have a competition for even that. There is no possibility to enter the market. So there is no market. So, but economic activity is offering goods and services in the market. If you don't have that activity, it's not an undertaking, simply. Then regulatory task, police, customs, air safety, etc. Activities based on solidarity, come back to that. And notably, for instance, police or jail. In Holland, the management of prisons is delegated to the private sector. The management, not the decision to put people in jail, of course, but the management, the construction of the bricks and mortar, the management of the catering of the prison, etc. It's delegated. So it's an economic activity. But of course, the supervisors, the justice, of course, it's regulatory task, it's non-economic activity. So the line is fine. In Spain, the total health sector is non-economic. It's full solidarity. In Belgium or France, there is competition between hospitals, between mutualities, etc., etc. It's a competition purely, except in certain situations. And you will see a case in Slovakia which defining the rule. And you have a lot of differences between member states, and it can develop over time. So this notion of economic activity can be different. I discussed about that, and this section is pretty much detailed on the notice on the notion of aid, which is one of the most important interpretative communication of the Commission recently, 2016. You will see a lot of sections on that, which explain the situation. And I'll come back about economic schemes, solidarity schemes, because of this case. That was a Grand Chamber case of the Court of Justice. It was the Slovak health insurer. I will not go into the detail, but basically the Commission said, well, you offered a lot of advantages, capital increase, debt repayment, subsidies, etc., to that compulsory health insurance activity, and the Commission said, well, it's no aid, it's not an economic activity. I consider that the equilibrium is more to the non-economic because it's too much solidarity. The court, the General Court, annulled the decision following a complaint by the competitor to the public insurance, and the General Court said, no, it's an economic nature. And then the Court of Justice annulled the judgment of the General Court and confirmed the decision which was challenged by the Commission. So the overall assessment, the Court did run an overall assessment. It's a certain question of degree. It said that the social objective or the solidarity objective of the system were more important than the rest. And there was a state supervision, and the legal status was important as well, etc. And it was more, more in the direction of the solidarity principle, mandatory affiliation, capitalization, etc., non-capitalization, equating risk, instead of capitalization principle, which is more private contribution-related health benefit. The system was mixed a bit, but it was not sufficiently on the side of capitalization. And the Court of Justice decided in favor of the Commission in that case, explaining the error of law of the General Court, The error was in the degree of competition that the General Code tried to identify. And I skip that, you will see the detail. But basically, it's a case where you see in state aid that there may be diverging views, subjective views from one code to another one. And most of the time, in many difficult cases, you have one view from the Commission, one view from the General Code, and another view again, sometimes not exactly the same as the Commission or the General Code, from the General Code, from the Court of Justice. So you have an evolution where sometimes to my student in Liège, I explain X and Y. The year after is AB, is the contrary. And then I explain, well, last year I said that, but now I said the contrary because the court said the contrary. And sometimes it's the end after the court, but sometimes not. The court is evolving and is inconsistent with itself sometimes. Voilà, I do not go into that, but you will see the quotes. Education is a problem as well. Is an LLM, are we doing economic activity here? I think so. We are not a private LLM, but it's a business managed LLM, like most of the LLM. It is supported by University of Liège and Saint Louis, etc., with a certificate. But we compete with other LLM. You choose us and not another. It's paid for. We are not paid, but you paid for that, etc. There is a competition and an economic activity, and we offer goods and services on the market of LLM. A purely educational, like a secondary school or basic universities, may be less business, but it's difficult to see. And it's fully subsidized by the state in Belgium, for instance, not in the States or not in France entirely, etc. So you see the difference can be blurred sometime. There is a case of universities, I don't know which it is, but I mentioned it there, or you I didn't know. And then culture, heritage conservation, there is a lot of sectors where I had the cases where the zoo were competing against each other, so I had to take that into considerations. And we have a specific sector of the economy, like general infrastructure, construction of roads, of airports, etc., which saw a shift in the case law. In 2000, in the Aéroport de Paris case, which was an abuse case, but also it influenced the rest. The operation of an airport was considered to be an economic activity in itself, and before that, it was not. And the court changed. And the Leipzig case, Leipzig-Hall case, the extension of the ramp, etc., to welcome DHL leaving Brussels to Leipzig, in fact, was a case of state aid to the extent that the construction of that infrastructure was not destined to all, but only to one airline, one airport, and in certain situations of commercial exploitation. So I will skip the detail, but basically you need to show an economic exploitation of the infrastructure and no exercise of public powers, and you can have a mixed use. In an airport, in Brussels airport, you have some corridors limited to police or to immigration control, and other corridors or rooms to the shops, etc. You have a mixed infrastructure, and I was, for instance, in the case defending Brussels Airlines vis-à-vis the Charleroi Airport, etc. And they were this allocation of the square meters by the General Code and the Commission to see, well, that part of the economic activity is, and the other part is not an economic activity, like, for instance, the lighting of the ramps for the landing, etc. It's something in safety, etc., and can be non-economic and not safety, navigation safety, etc. So you will see the cumulative criteria are indeed, is there direct competition from other infrastructure? Is there private financing insignificant or not, and not dedicated infrastructure or not? And then you can now show if it's applied or not to the construction of roads, railway, bridges, tunnel, canal, etc. It depends on the situation according to those criteria. And if you have also very specific guidance from the Commission, from the case law on that, you can have in the construction of a big infrastructure an aid or not vis-à-vis the owner, the operator, and the user. If the operator or the constructor is getting a right by having paid a fee, a public bid to get that, and there was a competition, a tender to get the right to do it, then it can exclude the state aid later on down the road, etc. Then you have a competitive tender, or you have a cost coverage. All those methodologies are possible to exclude or not the presence of aid in those situations. And the Commission took a lot of guidance to the states according to the infrastructure type. Voilà, I stop there for undertaking, and then we go now to the most important conditions with Adonis.
Thank you very much, Jacques. It's a pleasure to be here. So, does this work as well?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Advantage. Advantage is about favoring certain undertakings or the production of certain goods. That's the wording that we have in that article. And the case law has given various definitions of that. We start with the first definition that we see very often. The state measure is capable of favoring an undertaking if it produces an economic advantage that the company would not have obtained under normal market conditions. But this raises the question, what exactly are normal market conditions? And what are the abnormal, the not normal market conditions? We'll get to that in a moment. Also, another definition we see quite often, which is a bit more specific, but also merits a lot of discussion, is when we have a transfer of resources to the company. So they get 2 million cash by the state. That's an advantage, right? Or they are relieved from charges which they normally bear. They have to pay tax on their income, but there is a deduction of 50% on that tax. They will pay less income tax than the rest. And whereby the financial advantage is for free or without adequate remuneration. So in my examples, you may just give to a company 2 million in cash. That's an advantage and it's for free. They didn't have to do anything in return. Or there may be a useful asset for a company that is worth 2 million and the state gives it at the price of 1 million. Of course, there it's a reduction that the company benefits from because they pay 1 million instead of 2 million for the price of that asset. So as you have seen in my examples, we don't only talk about subsidies in the traditional sense of the word. It's not only outflows from the state inflowing into the beneficiary company, but it can be measures in various forms, and that has to do with what Jacques explained. We can have so much innovation in state aid, innovation in the sense of the states coming up with new methods to grant advantages, that the drafters of the treaty wanted to have a flexible word there in order to be able to catch all sorts of advantages. And in those various forms, they mitigate the normal burdens on the budget of the undertaking. Now, the advantage sometimes may be indirect, because in my examples, there was always a direct beneficiary, right? The company that gets the 1 million, the company that gets the asset that is worth 2 million, but they only pay 1 million for it. But you may have cases of indirect aid, and there is a very useful case, the Saint-Malo case. It concerned exemptions which were, however, on the salary of the employees of certain companies in the fisheries sector. And the company, of course, like most employers, had the obligation to pay this tax already by deducting it to the state when it was normally paid. But if there was that exemption, they would not pay it to the state, and the employee would get more salary because this part of the tax was not withheld by the company. But the court said, look, the function of the company here is just to pay the tax on behalf of the employee. It's the employee that has to pay the tax. And that's why the employee gets a higher salary when the tax is exempted. It's not the company that gets the advantage. So the court said, in principle, we cannot presume automatically an indirect advantage. But there may be cases which the Commission didn't manage to show in that specific case, so the decision was annulled. There may be cases of indirect advantage. For example, you may attract a better workforce because you can pay better salaries because you pay less tax to the state for the salaries you give to your employees, right? I mean, the employees pay less tax, but they know that if they come to your company, they don't have to pay that tax. So that's great to have that company as an employer, and they may attract better workforce. But the court said, you cannot just assume that. You have to prove, you have to show as Commission that this is indeed some indirect advantage. And there are other cases where this was more evident. For example, the Mediaset case, it was a case about decoders. And the state aid there was that in order to facilitate the diffusion of that technology, the state said, we subsidize all those decoders. It's an aid to the consumers, if you think about it. But of course, the company selling those decoders and the relevant services is benefiting because consumers will start being customers in that market. And also, just to put an evident example of indirect aid. So in that case, in the Mediaset case, just to conclude, the court agreed that there was direct aid. Even if it said the amount of that aid may sometimes be zero, but that's a particularity of that case because sometimes economically the amount may not be more than zero, but depends on the case. But there is also a very evident example of indirect aid directly in the treaty. It's the compatibility basis of paragraph 2, letter A. You saw it earlier, we don't have it in front of us, but it concerned social aid that is given directly to consumers. And there, for example, we had cases where the state decides to help borrowers that are in need, but only those that are relatively vulnerable, so borrowers of banks, and they subsidize part of their loan. This has been approved as this kind of social aid. It's a very rare kind of aid, but it shows again, the advantage is directly on the consumer, not on the undertaking, not on the bank in my example, but still the bank benefits because suddenly it has less indebted customers. So it's a case of compatible aid, but it's still state aid. What are normal market conditions? We have to be very careful. There has been often the argument in litigation that normal market conditions means not having a crisis. So in cases where we had a crisis, sometimes the member state or the beneficiary comes and says, but this is a crisis we are facing. It's not normal market conditions. And what the state did was simply to compensate us, for example, for this crisis faced specifically by that member state and to put us on the same level as the other member states. Or there was a very big disaster and therefore the market was not functioning properly in that specific member state. There were devastating fires, for example, and we are just put on the same level as other member states. So it's not an advantage. The court has rejected those arguments, and that's not the meaning of normal market conditions. Normal market conditions simply means the market without state intervention. So when you have fires and your business is devastated from them, the normal situation in the market without state intervention is that unfortunately you and your insurance that you may have or not have to bear the cost. Then, of course, if the state intervenes, there is the compatibility basis for natural disasters. So it may be compatible, but it's still a state aid. It's still controlled. So normal market conditions means the absence of state intervention. It doesn't mean the absence of a crisis or an exceptional occurrence. And the various aid to banks that we had during the crisis, the COVID aid that we will discuss in our third session, are examples of that interpretation. And also a reason why we have that interpretation is that state aid and whether we have an advantage is determined, and that's standard case law you see a million times in the judgments. State aid is defined according to its effects, not according to the aims or causes that are behind.
Yeah, just to add on that, state aid is not a net concept, it's a gross concept. So you cannot have a state aid defined by the net advantage. That does not exist. You cannot deduct things, oh, but I needed that just to go to the level of compared to others. It's a gross concept.
Indeed, indeed. And to put it concretely in one of the examples I said, for example, state aid is defined by its effects because if a company gets 1 million because they had a fire and their field was damaged, an agricultural company, they still get 1 million. That's the effect. So still there is the nuance of economic effects that Zach explained and Vincent will elaborate in the end of today's session. But the cause is because the fire has devastated that business, which is a very noble cause, and it will be taken into account in compatibility. So if the damage was indeed 1 million, then very good, because the damage is, the aid is limited to the amount of the damage. If the damage was 500,000, then maybe this person shouldn't get 1 million. So that's an examination of compatibility. But the cause, the fact that it was given for the fire's devastation, is something that doesn't matter for the definition of state aid. It may matter for the assessment of compatibility, however. So we have various forms: subsidies, tax exemptions, sale of land, depending on the price. There has to be a market price so that we don't have state aid, we don't have an advantage. And tenders, an open, transparent, and conditional tender is one easy way to achieve a market price, because when you have a good tender with a transparent and objective process, the end result is presumed to be market conform. Other methods could be an expert report, but there we start entering an area that this is a good indication, but not as strong as having an objective, transparent tender, because expert reports can differ and you may get different amounts. And then what's your assessment on that? We will get to such examples. Guarantees also can give an advantage. They can give an advantage because they allow companies to get a loan on a better interest rate than without the guarantee. And if they pay the market price for the guarantee, because when you go to get a guarantee from a bank, they will tell you, okay, very good, but you will pay to me 2% every year for the guarantee I'm giving you. You see if it makes sense for the overall agreement with the loan that you will get thanks to that guarantee. If it makes sense, you agreed. So if the state comes in that example and says, I'll give you a guarantee 2%, that's fine, it's on market terms. But if they give you a guarantee at 1% price or at 0 for free, then you have an advantage. So, and we can have in various forms. So we can have investments. And in investments, we will see this with specific examples. We have to look at to make an ex-ante assessment. And what does an ex-ante assessment mean? An ex-ante assessment means that we go to the moment that the decision to invest was made, and we look whether the cost and benefit assessment made by the member state makes sense, whether a market operator would have done this as well. And we have to base this on the facts available and the developments foreseeable at the moment of the decision to grant the aid. So accidentally advantageous developments or accidentally disadvantageous developments that took place later on and could not be predicted should not influence that assessment. Why do we have that rule? And this is a rule that we will check particular case law. It has been really emphasized by the courts. The court in EDF explains why we should have that rule, and they say that's the situation we have in the normal examination of aid, which is supposed to be preventive. So normally member states are not supposed to put in place the aid, not be bothered for 5 years, then there is a complaint, the commission says what has happened, and then they try to explain it, taking into account possibly ex post events that they can bring forward. The assessment of aid is supposed to be before the measure is granted. So necessarily the only assessments that can be brought to the commission are those that we don't yet know, but we only know what we can estimate at the moment that we will grant the measure. We're at the moment of almost granting it, and then we get commission approval and we grant it. So that's the situation. And the court explains in EDF that if we were to follow a different interpretation, that we would take into account the ex post effects as well, this could be an advantage for member states that do not notify aid and they rely on the unlawfulness of that aid, and they say, maybe in 5 or 10 years, I will have some better arguments to present and some ex post developments to the commission. So this shouldn't be the case. That's what the court explains in EDF. And we have situations that the advantage is assessed with many measures together. You can have consecutive measures, but depending on their chronology, the purpose of those measures, and the circumstances of the beneficiary, we may assess them together. This concerns typically situations such as in BP Chemicals. For example, there the state had made 3 interventions, and then they raised the argument and they said, but the 3rd intervention, look, it was not state aid because the company was doing so well, but they were doing so well because of the 2 previous interventions. And then the 3rd one was part of the same package. They happened with the same purpose in the same time period. So the commission said and the general court agreed, this has to be assessed all together. And that's a theory that sometimes you hear as the theory of pollution of state aid, which means that there may be a measure of those three that on its own would not be state aid, but it's polluted because it's part of an overall bunch of measures assessed together. And when we have investments also, it's important the pari passu method of checking whether we have advantage or not. This simply means that if you have sufficient participation on the investment by private individuals, by private investors, and this is sufficient, so it shouldn't be a minor part of the investment, like 1% of the capital injection, but if it's 50% of it, for example, or I think the notion of aid puts as an example 30%, so that has become a bit the benchmark of the minimum, then you can simply say you don't have to make more economic analysis. You can simply prove that this is on the same terms also by the state. So private investor comes with 50% of the capital injection and the state comes with 50% of capital injection. This means it's on market terms. And for loans, we have the reference rate communication. So there are some proxies of interest rates that are supposed to reflect the market. Now, this communication was adopted years ago, and there is often the criticism that maybe it's a bit outdated what is there. And also bear in mind, it's used for really small cases where we don't have observable data in the market. So it's rather for cases, I know I've seen cases where there may be too easy of a resort to that communication. They say, okay, let's use this table and let's find the interest rate based on that communication. Normally, the court tells us that if we can identify the actual market rates in the market, we should do that and not just resort to this automatic reference rate method that is rather for cases that we cannot find data on the market. It's a proxy. Market economy operator test. Now, this is a very big and important part of the advantage assessment, because you may have advantages that is easy to say that you have an advantage without resorting to that test. For example, let's say that something is, let's say that you just get 1 million from the state for free. That's an advantage. You don't need to think about the market economy operator test. But life is more complicated in most cases. And that's, we have the market economy operator test that simply says, if the state behaves like a normal player in the market, then you don't get any advantage because you may get a state guarantee. But if you pay for that 2% and you could get a guarantee from a bank at 2%, then you don't really get an advantage. You just get what is already in the market. Then one wonders, why do you go to the state if you can anyway get it from the market? But that's another consideration. Then what's the reasoning behind that principle? The principle of neutrality. So member states are allowed to act like market players on the same terms, and we're not supposed to be inherently suspicious just because we have a member state acting. As I said, if you get it on the market terms, you didn't get anything different than what you could get anyway from the market. So we have two key questions in the market economy operator test. The first key question concerns the applicability, and the second one, the application. For the applicability of the test, we have to wonder, is the measure comparable to the conduct of what commercial operators do? Do we have comparability? What do I mean by that? When the state is taxing a company, when they have a tax rate of 30%, but one company pays 15%, that is an advantage, but we cannot base our theory on the market economy operator test that we have an advantage, because that behavior is not comparable what the state is doing to what commercial players do. Commercial players do not tax other entities, so we cannot compare it. But there are exceptions, but we will get to that. I will get to that because I think you have the EDF in mind, Jacques. But we will get to that. And then once we have a behavior that is comparable, so the state gives a guarantee or they give a loan, then that's a comparable behavior because commercial operators do give guarantees and loans. And then we go to the second step. So we have applicability. It makes sense. It's comparable. Let's go to the application. Now we test whether it is fulfilled, this principle. And there we check what a commercial operator do. So we know that commercial operators give guarantees. If we establish that for that kind of loan and that kind of company with those securities offered, the guarantee would be priced at 2% yearly, then that's what a commercial operator would do. Did the state do the same or not? If yes, then the test was fulfilled. And this is, I think we have explained this and the notice. You have, yes, please.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the previous slide.
Yeah.
So about your two questions, if you like.
Yeah.
If, let's say, one could say that normally private investors only invest once they have done analysis and a profitability calculation, and there is a report, let's say, somehow. Now, what if that doesn't exist at the time of making the decision? It only comes afterwards, let's say. Under which of your two questions does that example fall? I would be inclined to say it's question 2, because I couldn't see a commercial operator do anything like that.
Yeah.
Is that right, or is there something else here?
You are right. I would also put it under question 2, thinking what a commercial operator would do. But there is one case, and it's a recent one, and it's by the Court of Justice, the Arriva Italia case, where the court explains that the MEOP is not even applicable. It's a preliminary ruling reference. And one of the reasons they invoke is the fact that there was no ex-ante profitability assessment. So they say, look, it's not even applicable, the MEOP. Maybe it's a case where the court is quite critical. So I don't know if in the stream of being critical, they also added that, but normally we do see it as part of the second step. And I think that's where it really makes sense, comparing what market operators would do. And why do I have the monopoly guy? Because in essence, that's what the MEOP is about. You check whether they would be guided just by profit, the state, mainly by profit, as private operators are supposed to do. So how do we legally, what's the legal test for whether the market economy operator test is applicable? The case law has put 5 criteria. We check we see, and the aim of those 5 criteria is to check whether we have a commercial activity of the state, something comparable to what commercial operators do, or whether we have public functions like taxation, like other things. And in order to make that distinction between the public functioning, the public powers kind of state and its other face as a commercial operator, we have 5 criteria according to the case law. We look at the nature of the measure, the subject matter, the context, the objective, all those are of the measure, and also the rules to which the measure is subject. So there are many examples in the case law going in one way or another. And in that context, I would like to mention briefly the EDF specific facts that we had in that case. In that case, the French state wished to make a capital injection in a company, but they did not do it through the usual private means that one would think, the capital injection. They instead gave it through a form of a tax advantage. And the court said, well, the form in itself will not be determinant. You may still have to apply the MEOP, the market economy operator test, even in a measure that is in the form of the tax. And I think it's important to go back to the 5 criteria, which are reminded also in that judgment. So as you see, the form is only one of those criteria. It has to do probably, I would say, with the nature of the measure. It was a fiscal measure. But still, we have to check the context, the subject matter, the objective. So here, the function of the measure was to replace a capital increase. The French state would have made a capital increase, but it was more costly to take out money from the pocket and put fresh money in the company. So they said, here you go. There is a tax exemption. This is a bit better for our budget. But it was not the case where we have 30% taxation and they get a reduction and they pay half the tax. That's something in all the 5 criteria not comparable to what private operators do. It's not just a question of form. So it's important to keep in mind that we have the fiscal form not mattering as such in EDF, but it's part of the overall test of the 5 criteria. So it's only one factor that is there analyzed and leads to applicability of that test. nevertheless. And of course, the state may act in very different functions. You may have an investor state, you may have a creditor, vendor, buyer, guarantor, settling and being in many other kind of agreements. You cannot even list them. All the commercial operations that you can think, the state could be. So it's, we usually say the market economy investor test, but very often it can be many other factions, creditor, vendor. Now, it is important to keep in mind that the MEOP test is not a test of general rationality of the measure. And I will not develop further on that, not to duplicate. We will go to the specific case that explains that. And also, it's important to keep in mind that what is the burden of proof for the test. Sorry, just to keep in mind, since we are only taking into account in the test only situations that are comparable to market players, then we will not take into account state prerogatives, revenues related to state prerogatives like tax revenues, savings, unemployment benefits, positive externalities such as regional development. Market players don't care about these considerations. They don't care about an area being more developed. Or exposure to previous state aid. This is something I will get to with a specific case because it's a complex matter. And what about the burden of proof in the condition of advantage? When we have the MEOP, the market economy operator principle, and I will get to the specific case as well, so I'll just be brief now. The applicability is on the member state to prove. The application, the second step, is on the Commission to prove. But there is a wide margin generally for the Commission because of the complex economic assessments involved. And be careful, by complex economic assessment, the court does not necessarily mean that there will be a very complex mathematical equation to lead to a certain result. It may be, but not necessarily. The court means that the prospective the Commission trying to be prospective in its analysis and to guess what a market operator would do, that's about predicting the future. So it has an element of uncertainty and there is some discretion to that. So it can even be a sentence saying the state would not have agreed to a market rate below that based on what we observe on the market. That's not a mathematical formula, right, necessarily, but it has prospective considerations. So we have to show that the Commission is manifestly wrong there, not just that there are different opinions on the matter. But there is an exception of cases, and we'll get to that, like Frukona Kozice. And I will get to that specifically, not to duplicate you with your time. And there are also cases of the market economy operator test where there is an intermediary, like in the Volotea case, where there was a certain amount given to the airports, but they were just the intermediary and they would pass it on to the airlines. And there, the beneficiaries are the airlines because another intermediary may simply play the role of an intermediary. There are many methods to assess whether we have the market economy operator test fulfilled. Competitive tender, pari passu, bench, and if that doesn't work, which are the rather easy ways, then we have other assessment methodologies that are more complex, benchmarking, but often in practice, the Commission may object to find comparable benchmarking indicators, comparable ports, comparable airports to make that assessment. And now I think there are some issues that I would like to dig a bit further into through the case law. First of all is the case of Frukona Kozice. What happened in that case? This case shows us that we may have certain principles on the burden of proof, but there are cases where the member state sides with the Commission and says, yes, we did not behave like a market operator. We granted an advantage. And then you have the weak so-called beneficiary against both the Commission and the member state, because the member state is normally supposed to argue that they acted rationally. That's what one would expect. And in those cases, the court has been more lenient towards the beneficiary and stricter towards the Commission. What happened in that case? Slovakia waived 65% of a claim against an insolvent company. And then when the investigation started on whether this was done on market terms, because the question was, what did other creditors do? Did they also waive such a big amount? Then they said, yes, you're right. We granted state aid. We did not behave like a market operator. And it was about the market economy creditor principle, so the state acting as a creditor, the court was quite strict with the commission. It said that it must seek ex officio from the member state all relevant information, even if there is no request for that. And also it said something that troubled us at the time. It said that what matters is the economic nature of the member state action, not its subjective state of mind. And one wonders, doesn't this contradict the idea that there must be an ex-ante evaluation of the profitability that is an important requirement for the application of the test? Because if you need this ex-ante profitability assessment and you can only be based on the facts you know on that moment, then necessarily you're comparing different courses of actions and the costs and benefits of those. So it's not about checking ex post the economic nature of that action. It's about what they call here subjective state of mind, but what we could see as comparing different courses of action. But the court is particularly strict here, and rightly so, because the member state could not be relied on about the subjective state of mind. They were siding with the commission. They were leaving the beneficiary alone, who cannot know what the member state examined as possible courses of action when they were defending that case. And also, the burden of proof was put on the commission very emphatically. Also, the court said the commission has to prove that the advantage would manifestly not have been obtained from the market, which implies that in case of doubt, it's not manifest that it could not be obtained from the market. So we should rather say it's complied, the principle, right? We have to show that it manifestly would not have been obtained from the market, which contradicts the usual case law we have in the usual cases where we don't have this particular configuration, where the commission has a margin of discretion because there are complex economic assessments, and therefore it can be accused only for manifest error in this prediction. But here the court says, no, commission, you have to manifestly show yourself. You're not benefiting from this word manifestly, but you are having a burden to manifestly show that this would be against market conditions. The court focuses a lot on the judicial review of evidence to say, look, of course, there is complex economic assessment, but we have to check that you checked all the relevant evidence. So that's a hook they find to say this was not a complete investigation. And they interpret very widely the relevant and available information notions. They say it could be anything that could be reasonably relevant to the investigation that you should have as commission. So there is clearly a much higher burden on the commission in such cases. And at the moment, there was a lot of discussion about the MEOP test changing and the case law changing, but later on, other judgments put back the case law to its principles. So I would interpret that case as the exceptional strict burden of proof for the commission in cases where the member state sides with the commission and you have the weak beneficiary defending on its own the measure. So soon after that judgment, we were a bit relieved with such a judgment because this concerned the recapitalization of an insurance company during the economic crisis. And it was soon after Frucona Kozice, and at least we saw some reminder of the old case law. We knew it said there must always be a prior evaluation of profitability of the investment. Even if in a crisis moment, of course, you cannot expect that the member state will take so much Excel sheets and different analysis, and then they will be so late in acting that the company will go bust. Of course, if there is a crisis, you are entitled to be a bit more superficial in your analysis, but some profitability assessment must be made. And also, if the member state relies on the MEOP, it provides contemporaneous evidence, so not ex post facts. Now, that is a case I would like to explain briefly about the exposure to previous aid. The FIH case, an important case of the Grand Chamber. What was at issue there very briefly? It had to do with the fact that the Danish state had granted already some state guarantees to many banks. And this was compatible aid. It was during the financial crisis of 2008. Now, one bank is not doing particularly well later on, and the Danish state comes and says to the commission, look, if they continue like that, they will trigger the guarantees and I will have to pay a lot of money. So it makes economic sense that I give them some extra money now. And that shouldn't be state aid because it's my exposure to the previous guarantees that justifies that, right? It's rational, they said. And the General Court agreed with the member state, but the Court of Justice disagreed. And the commission also was on that. The commission did not agree with the member state, and the Court of Justice finally sided with the commission. And that's important to know in order to remember that the MEOP test is not a general rationality test. Member states can also act rationally when granting state aid and when this is assessed under the compatibility assessment, and it has to be proportionate and limited to the minimum necessary. So there are rational considerations there as well. It doesn't mean that just because what you say is rational, the market economy operator principle is fulfilled. It has to be rational for a behavior that a market operator can make, that happens in the market, that is comparable for a market operator. So here, the court said, like the commission had argued, that the state has to be seen as a fresh investor for this second measure. The previous guarantees, even if they were compatible aid, and the exposure to those guarantees didn't matter because this was state aid. And state aid is only granted by states. So measures at favorable terms that don't exist in the market are granted only by states. So it's by definition an action of public authority. And so are the risks, the exposure to that action. Therefore, you have to see the state whether the return on investment makes sense for a fresh investor who is not already exposed to this bad performing company. But of course, then there are considerations in compatibility that may explain that this behavior makes sense, but for a public authority, not for a market player who doesn't give state aid. There were some other thoughts that I will not go into about settling a case law between ING and Land-Burgenland, but in the interest of time, I will not go into that. Then we have an important case, LARCO, which concerned a capital injection and state guarantees. And there we have already two quite clear deviations from the Frucona-Kozice case law, which show that Frucona-Kozice really concerns this configuration of the weak beneficiary against both the member state and the commission. Here, that was not the case. The member state said we acted like a market operator, and the beneficiary was of the same view, of course. So there we have the court saying that, yes, there is case law like Frucona-Kozice saying that you must show manifestly that you would not have obtained this advantage from the market. But at the same time, we have the control of manifest error for the commission because they have discretion for complex economic assessments. And the court gives more importance to that second element. So they say here we will apply manifest error check, and we don't see any manifest error. So that's fine, what the commission assessed. And also, there is this argument that was based on Frucona-Kozice. They say, look, the evidence has to be factually accurate, reliable, and consistent, and with all the relevant information, and all these concepts were interpreted quite widely by the court in Frucona-Kozice to argue that it was not a complete investigation by the commission. They had to do more. Here, the court says, no, these are factual assessments. So these are not to be checked at the moment of appeal. So they also avoid taking the strict stance of the court in Frucona. And they also provide very important clarifications on the burden and the standard of proof on this, on the MEOP, on the market economy operator principle. For applicability, as we said, they say clearly it's the member state that bears the burden of proving. And what's the standard? They have to prove unequivocally that they acted as an economic operator, not as a public authority. For the application, it's the commission that bears the burden of proving whether it is complied or not, this test. And also they say, and that was a part where the commission lost in that case, they say you can have no negative presumption of breach of that principle, because there was one guarantee that was granted quite in the beginning when that company was doing bad, and the commission was based on some financial results that were not available yet. And they said, well, we think that there was a breach because these are the results we have soon after, they're bad, and Greece didn't provide any evidence rebutting those results, but still there was nothing contemporaneous against the action of Greece. So the court said, you cannot just have a negative presumption of a breach of that principle. And now we go to a case example of especially the importance of economic considerations and how this was done by the General Court. Vincent, I hand the floor to you.
Just a small intermezzo, perhaps, and a slightly more detailed treatment of one case to illustrate a little bit what is the type of economic, or maybe I should say financial analysis under Article 107.1, the notion of aid. And that concerns a case about a Spanish film studio called Ciudad de la Luz. And so here it is. This is a picture of the studio when it was built and even in operation. And this concerned a regional development project, if you like, by the region of Valencia in Spain to really, as a greenfield operation, something really new to build and develop a film studio complex. You see some nice pictures in Alicante. This is so at the coast, a few hundred kilometers south of Barcelona, I think. And now, just to give you a taste of the case, but also maybe a taste of state aid cases as they occur more often. This is the timing, and it's a very long timing. It's a very long case, and but this happens more, unfortunately, perhaps, I don't know, especially when there are complaints that sort of come at some point to the commission, and competitors in particular complain to the commission, like, look at this, you know, this has been going on for a while, and okay, this can really start a long process. And just very briefly, a few highlights. So actually already in, let's say, 2000, the first feasibility studies and a business plan was made. Okay, thank you. The project was launched. The film studio complex was built in 2002, but then there was some expansion. There was a new business plan in 2004, additional funding. Films actually started being recorded in 2005, and then came, the complaints from large film studio competitors, because actually it turned out that, well, not only obviously this complex had been built, which was obvious for everyone to see, but even to sort of make these films happen, there was a suspicion that the government of Valencia was sort of giving operating aid, sort of film by film support to make sure that there was actually production of movies in that complex. And that's when, you know, competitors in Europe in particular, so Pinewood in London, Babelsberg, I think in Berlin, Cinecittà, Italy, you know, they started complaining. And a formal investigation was opened by the Commission in 2008. 4 years later, finally then a negative decision of the Commission, and there was an appeal and a final judgment of the court in 2014. Now, the market context, I think you can imagine a little bit what this is about. So, you know, this is all about attracting international productions, big ones. I mean, that was the size of the whole development, the scale of the whole development. There's a lot of competition to attract movies, not just within Europe, but even globally, if you think. And well, you could easily see that the addition of one extra big studio, going from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6, could lead to distortive effects. Now, what is specific about this case is that it was a big project of 274 million, and it was almost fully publicly financed. So apart from the, really the beginning of the process where there was still a consultant who also chipped in a bit of money for a feasibility study, something like that, he was soon out of the picture, and it became, fully publicly funded. And the Spanish authorities, when confronted with concerns, let's say, and then confronted with the first requests for information from the Commission, brought the view that what they did, this investment was actually compatible with the private investor principle, the market economy investor principle, because the whole thing would be on market terms. No advantage was actually conveyed to this film studio. Any private investor, well, not any, but let's say private investors could be seen as supporting this project on the same terms. And for that, they actually submitted the business plans from early on, 2000 and 2004. And because they were there, they had been produced by even some renowned accounting firms, consultancy firms, as we know them. And also a return on investment, which is known as the internal rate of return, was calculated in those business plans. And the expected return on investment was, let's say, if we focus on the last business plan of 2004, was 5.74%. And the Spanish authority said, look, this is a profitable business, positive returns. Now, that's true. I mean, yes, based on the business plan, you could say the return is positive, but that's not the relevant question. The question is whether that return, the expected return, would be enough for a private investor. Because you can easily imagine that, well, it's not only about returns, it's also about risk. How risky is this whole project? And with those risks, is it then still the case that 5.74% is acceptable for a private investor? Now, for that, what was then needed was a comparison with what is called the cost of capital. I don't know if you are familiar with this concept, but from finance, basically it comes. And the cost of capital is the return that could be achieved by an investor on alternative investments with equivalent risk. So imagine you have money, you go to the stock market or you buy a portfolio or with similar risk as this particular investment. What is typically achieved by investors if they do that? And that sets the benchmark or the minimum, if you like, the minimum rate required, because let's say if that 5.74% is below what investors could anyway or would likely get if they would invest in other comparable projects. So it would be below the cost of capital. An investor would actually not invest in this thing, but in the alternatives. So the test in equity investments really comes down to the one that is at the bottom of this slide, the return on investment, or the internal rate of return, I should say. Is it bigger than the cost of capital for the project at hand? Now, how is that determined? The cost of capital, well, in this case, it's just the cost of equity capital because the whole investment for this film studio was equity financed. And then, yeah, how to determine what is then really typically what investors require in terms of expected return from investments of this type. And for that, there is let's say, a method or a workhorse method even used in finance, corporate finance, which is called the capital asset pricing model, under which basically you can always think of the required rate of return as the sum of two things, namely the bare minimum is the risk-free rate. Investors can always, if they invest in government bonds, of a good country, let's say, they can always get that. That's the risk-free rate. It's almost risk-free. There's no risk with that, and you get a return on that, at least in normal times. And that's the floor. That's the risk-free rate. Plus a premium as a remuneration for risk. Now, what is that remuneration? That's typically the product of two things. First of all, let's say the market premium, which is let's say, what is the return that you can get on the stock market if you invest in a very broad portfolio in excess of that risk-free rate? Okay, that's basically the return that you get or the premium that you get if you invest in a broad portfolio, well diversified. But of course, you have to also to think of the investment right here, which is not the overall portfolio of the stock market. It's one very specific thing. It's film studios. And you have to sort of then adjust that with a factor beta, which reflects the risk, which is specific to that investment, to that type of activity. And risk, actually, well, I mean, the risk, you know what risk is. Actually, you can think of it simply as the volatility of returns, right? If returns are very volatile, that simply means there is a lot of risk. Maybe upside, yes, but also downside, that's risk. And here, if you compare the Commission's estimate of, let's say, the cost of capital with Spain's submissions, you can see here in this table presented the differences. I mean, there was an agreement on the risk-free rate. I mean, that's quite obvious. It's simply that in this case, it's a Spanish investment. So the idea was to, okay, at least see the risk-free rate, which is the government bond rate in Spain for 10 years duration. That gives 4.1%. But already there was a big difference or a sizable difference in what is actually the market risk premium. And here the Commission looked at, let's say, more contemporaneous data, a bit more focused on Spain, not at, let's say, the US or elsewhere so much. And that explains a little bit this difference between the Commission's estimate for the market risk premium and Spain's estimate for the market risk premium. But the big difference was really in this beta. The extent to which the Commission and Spain thought that investing in film studios as an activity is more or less risky than investing in a general portfolio on the stock market. And the Commission actually, let's start with Spain. Spain somehow was, how shall I put it, was able to extract data from a financial database, looking at correlations of volatility of returns in a selected group of sectors and firms and so on, to come to the conclusion that actually film studios was less volatile than just a market investment. Which is not totally ridiculous, or as ridiculous as you might think from the very start, because you might always say, well, films, let's say people always want to go and see movies in good times and bad times. So as if, but it's not electricity, right? It's not, people always use electricity. That happens in good and bad times, but, because that's a little bit what it says. A beta below 1 means very stable, not risky. Anyway, the Commission didn't agree and actually referred to 2 investment reports on 2 direct competitors. So you had KBC Securities, who issued a report on a direct competitor. There was another investment banker report on another competitor, and they clearly came with figures with the beta, which was higher. Now, applying this formula, this led to, let's say, an estimate of the Commission to say that, well, private investors would actually only go in and invest in such a project if the return on investment for that project would be 14% or more. Which of course is much, much higher than the 5% by Spain. And of course, if you then look back at the business plan that was produced early on, which predicted a return of 5.74%, you could easily say, and the Commission came to the conclusion that, 5% was never enough for this type of investment. The Commission did also other things, so not only this model, but also some benchmarking with historic accounting returns, et cetera, which were also actually above 10%, as you can see. So there was enough for the Commission to say this was a non-market conform investment, and the aid should be recovered. So the Spanish government should recover back from the entity, the legal entity, the film studio, the money that they had invested, which was 265 million. Now, Spain challenged the Commission's decision, and the General Court upheld the Commission's decision. And I will just highlight 1 or 2 things from this. On methodology, the Commission was deemed right to use this CAPM approach. In principle, it's valid because you must always compare the investment return or the ex-ante investment return with the opportunity cost of capital. And following the CAPM approach, that's a valid approach according to the court. The court also said, interestingly, that having consultant reports, waving with reports, like I have here a report, is not enough. It's good, but it's not enough. And a private investor will always read carefully and assess those reports, and with the idea, do I really want to put my money in here? If we focus on the business plan, because you may remember the Commission just took the business plan at face value. And you might wonder, does that make sense? You should also perhaps look at, but this was sort of the conservative approach by the Commission. It took the plan at face value, didn't question that so much. It's simply observed, this business plan predicts 5% return. This is never enough acceptable for any private investor. That was already enough for the Commission to say, the investment was not market conform. The Commission was, however, proven wrong, if you like, because it had sort of not taken into account some other revenue streams that could also be envisioned from this project, and hotel revenues that were in the surrounding, and the hotels were also owned by this film studio. But here the court tolerated a certain margin, I think, margin of error, in the sense that, even if one were to take those extra streams into account, it would not have made a difference in the final outcome. So the court is willing to accept errors, if you like, to some extent, and also as long as they don't, of course, affect the final outcome of the Commission's analysis. Now, what happened with the film studio? You might wonder. This is interesting, and actually it leads us to a much wider debate, which is also interesting. So as I said, and this is actually the normal routine, if you like, the moment state aid is deemed incompatible, it has to be recovered. I hope I'm correct in my terminology here. I'm looking at the lawyers, but so final judgment, final decision, incompatible aid, non-notified, or well, incompatible, it has to be recovered. And so there was a claim, if you like, from Spain or the government to then get that money back from that entity. Now, the entity had, of course, spent most of the money already on the film studio complex, so it had actually nothing on the bank, nothing much to pay back, no reserves. Anyway, so then what happened was that basically, or the consequence there is that actually the entity had to sort of sell off all the assets, the whole film studio, but to the maximum bidder, to sort of at least pay back as much as possible. And this didn't work out very well because there was hardly any interested bidder. The government of Valencia also tried to sort of sell it to another film studio developer. This failed. And so ultimately what happened was that, well, bits and pieces of the land have been sold, and some of the buildings are now being used by the Regional Council for Innovation as offices and sort of a breeding ground for new startup firms, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, so that's a little bit the outcome of this case, but illustrating how equity investments are considered by the Commission. Please.
I'm going bankrupt, so shouldn't be like in cartel offenses. You can say, yeah, I'm going bankrupt, so I don't have to pay. I can imagine this kind of the same scenario, right?
Well, of course, if you go bankrupt, I mean, then there's the administrator that comes in and that will actually sell off the assets on behalf of all the creditors. And actually, the government of Spain, who is then reclaiming the state aid, which it has to, is actually one of the creditors. Actually, there is an ordering of the creditors, but for that, I need to resort to my legal colleagues to indicate who is like first in the order. This, of course, matters. But yeah, so in principle, bankruptcy doesn't mean that the aid will not be recovered. No, actually, you are somewhere in the hierarchy, but I give it to you.
Yeah. Under your control. So the state has the obligation to recover any unlawful aid. i.e. in this case, to claim and to register its claim to recover vis-à-vis the receiver. If it has privileges, it should activate the privileges, etc., the securities to get it. If it cannot get it, it has to show that it has registered the claim and that no money is left out to pay. That is valid to recover, a valid recovery, to the extent that means that the beneficiary will cease activity. He should get out of the market. If it's still in activity because he got some assistance from anywhere or from the state, that's not a full recovery, of course. So the recovery is, you can have a recovery without money back if there is a full registration of the claim according to national law. The state tries to get the money and does anything it can do. If it doesn't get any money, fine, it is full recovery, provided, of course, the beneficiary get out of the market. If it's still active, then the liquidation then is the ultimate claim by the state. They should stop. So they should be dead. Hmm?
No, indeed, it's exactly as Jacques and Vincent explained. I will just sum up that it is taken into account, but it doesn't help the company much because it either has to pay the whole amount if the bankruptcy assets are enough, or it has to be annihilated if the assets are not enough. So yes, it's taken into account, but it doesn't help the company much.
Okay. No other questions? In that case, I think I can hand back to Adonis, right? For the agenda, selectivity.
Yeah, let's continue now on the next condition. So you have listened to the pretty much the most important condition, not the only one, because of course it's a cumulative condition. So if you just not have one, it's enough. Huh? But the advantage is the most important, I think. Now, the next one, selectivity, is the most obscure condition. And I apologize in advance if there is some inconsistency or some issues to understand. It's not my fault, it's mainly the fault of the court. Not of the authors of the treaty, but of the court probably. Maybe not the commission, but the commission takes it advantage sometime to use these loopholes of the court's case law, but frankly, and I've simplified the things, of course. So the selectivity is not in the text, but it comes from the words certain. They should be not all undertakings getting the advantage, the aid, should be only certain selected undertakings, or there should be only one activity, only one selected activity or one region, certain goods. And then, a contrario, general measures are not stated. If you have a reduction of social contribution, if you employ one or two people, etc., and if that is available to all in the market, it's not a state aid because it's a general measure. For instance, in the COVID-19, you have wages subsidies, or you have deferment open to all of social contribution, or part-time, working part-time, etc. Because of COVID-19, those schemes which have been set up by the states were, in most of the cases, available to all, not selectively accessible. Then it was not a state aid. And we have to show as well that those measures are objective and automatic. If you have certain measures that the state can decide with some discretionary power, oh, I give it to that, I didn't give it to that, that's discretion is the test of selectivity as well. We will come back to that. Another example of general measure, it's progressivity of the tax, of the corporate tax rate. The tranches, the progressivity is of course a sort of a discrimination. If it's proportionate, it's okay, between the guy getting 10% of that level revenue, 20% tax, etc. Then of course the guy getting more revenue will pay 50% to the higher tranches. and not the other one. The difference is there is a selectivity between them, but it's not that selectivity because it's progressive and proportionate and available to all in the same conditions. And then as I come back, I will discuss the material selectivity, which is the most difficult, and the regional selectivity, which influence the other one by the principles being developed. The material selectivity. You can have a de jure or de facto. De jure is quite clear. The selectivity is obvious from the law. The measures is reserved to X and Y. There is an ad hoc aid. We don't care about selectivity. It's clearly selective. Or the measure is selective vis-à-vis one category of companies. Then it's an SME schemes. It's selective because it's only for SMEs, etc. That's easy. De facto selectivity then becomes to be more difficult. It means that, in fact, although the presentation of the measure legally is open to all in general, or it cannot be discriminatory, in fact, the structure of the measure is such that it favors a specific group of companies. The example is Gibraltar. If I remember well, it was offshore companies who can get a deduction of tax according to the square meters or the level of activities. And it was only a certain specific type of companies who could get that. And although the measure was open to all, it was selective by de facto, by the analysis behind the rules. The selectivity can be based on discretion, although the issue seems to be general. An example is DMT, Déménagement Transport, something like that, yes. It was a company in Brussels who was summoned by the judge to go to the commercial code because it was a difficulty. And the judge said, what are you doing? Are you going to be bankrupt or not? And I'll check what you are doing. And then they discovered that they didn't pay, at last, social contributions from the ONSS, the National Security Contributions. And then the question was, the judge asked the question to the Court of Justice, is it a state aid or not? There was an issue of advantage. Is it something that a normal creditor, it was a creditor test, MEOP creditor test, and the selectivity test was, yes, but even though there is an advantage, is it still selective? Because in fact, this advantage would be open to all. And in the situation, the advantage was not clearly open to all because the National Social Security Organization had the power by law to decide to grant deadlines for payment for the social contribution as it wanted. So the importance was to see has it granted the advantages as a creditor, a private creditor. That was the definition of the aid from the point of view of advantage. And from the point of view of selectivity, the fact that it had discretionary power to decide to give it to some and not the others was the signature of the selectivity. It was a company who was moving the boxes of the parliament from Brussels to Strasbourg every month. And the parliament did not pay it and was bankrupt because of that. So for the small story. Umicore case, it's an old decision, but I kept it in order to show the crux of the issue of selectivity. It was a VAT settlement litigation, not litigation. It was the tax contribution administration in Belgium who was against Umicore to get back some VAT, and there was a dispute. And to close the dispute, the tax administration said, I better to save 10 years of litigation, and I get the VAT I want, and I settled. Transaction fiscal, I settle. Is there a selective advantage? The Commission opened the investigation according to there is an advantage, and it seems to be selective as well. And finally, the Commission closed the investigation by saying, oh, there is no advantage. So full stop, there is no aid. No advantage because it was a settlement as a private creditor would have done to settle a dispute with a counterparty. But they kept, and we kept, the opening decision, which says it is selective because it's an individual transaction, individual settlement. That's not relevant for me. That's the source of one of the problems we have on the tax ruling discussion. Why hell the fact that there is, of course, an individual settlement with a company is sufficient to say that it's selective. If the state is negotiate according to the rules in the same manner for each, of course, there is an individual decision to settle in your tax return. Each tax return, then, if it is true, is a state aid. Because in each tax return, you have a decision maybe to decide, oh, you can deduct that professional expenses and not that one. It's individual, individualized. It's not because it is individual tax return that it is selective, the settlement that the state is negotiating with you. So that's not satisfactory, this kind of reasoning, and it's the source of the issues we have in tax ruling. I'll come back to that. But it's a decision which said that anyway, there was no aid because it was not an advantage, and we closed, but the reasoning on the selectivity was still there, and it was a mistake for me. Now, to be brief on that, notably in tax matters, which is the most difficult issue for the selectivity, because for tax matters, we have a deduction, a derogation, a tax exemption, etc. It's clear that there is an advantage. It's clear that there is a distortion of competition, there is an effect trade. It's clear that there is a transfer of state resources, of course, that the only condition which matters is selectivity. Is it selective or not? And that's always very obscure. And in order to have a more systematic methodology, the case law invented this test for the time being, mostly in tax. It is this test. And this test is, in fact, polluted or came from the regional selectivity. We will come back to that. Here we have three steps. First, they want to compare. And to compare, they have to define a system of reference. What is the point of comparison? To see some are favor against others. Yes, but against which type of point of reference? And the point of reference is to identify the correct reference system. What is the tax system? Is it the tax system of all taxpayers? Is it the tax system of the taxpayers in that category? The tax system in that category of tax issues, etc., etc. And you can narrow or not that. Then the second step, when you have defined this tax system, and of course you see that it implies a lot for the rest, is there a derogation? Is the measure differentiate between economic operators according to that tax reference system? And then the third line of argument is, yes, there is a derogation, there is apparently a selective measure according to the normal tax system, but isn't it consistent with the entire tax system? Then there is an exception to the exception. It's the justification by the nature of the general system. You know, in intermarket, we have that also. Some deduction of insurance contribution sometimes are not deemed to be inconsistent with the fact that you need to be resident in a country to pay taxes in that country in order to be able to deduct those insurance obligations, etc. In internal market, we have done that consistency. It's the same issue here, which is a probatio diabolica, by the way, is to show that, and the member states have the burden of proof to show, yes, there is a selectivity, but it is disqualified by the fact it's justified by the consistency of the whole system. It was accepted only once, I think, in Brewery, I come back, by the court, but it's a probatio diabolica. Even the president of the court, Lennart, admitted that it was a probatio diabolica in the past. It is very difficult to prove that. So that is the, and on the derogation, the key issue, of course, is to explain what is the comparable factual and legal situation, how to compare and to put in the same pot, factually and legally, companies. And the difficulty, for instance, put a case here, the NOx emission case in Holland. the objective of the levy, which was put in place in Holland in order to discourage the emission of NOx, there was a tax which was levied, but not on others. And there was an inconsistency of the fact that we were not levied tax on some who could pollute and not who could pollute less, etc. So there is a complex assessment, and I do not explain the British aggregate case, which would be too long. But basically, we tried to find is the measure is consistent and proportionate and effective in order to get the objective it has in tax. If the measure is not consistent, in fact, that it will discourage certain pollution habit, but not others, then the tax deduction is not proportionate, is not consistent, and then cannot be deemed to be compatible. And then there is a state aid, then we cannot disqualify it. I draw your attention to this case more. I do not explain it. It's a difficult case in mining in Hungary, but where the Court of Justice finally said that there was no selectivity and then no state aid. But I raise here the Advocate General Wall, who is now a judge. In this case, he restated the law very well and explain in long pages what I said. You can refer to that in order to explain how the selectivity test applied in tax matters. Now I turn quickly, because we should get to the next session soon, to the tax ruling issues. Tax ruling, said the Commission, you see the tax settlement, the predictability that tax ruling can provide is recognized by the Commission, and they say it's a, in principle, valid tax tool in order to give and bring predictability to the economic operators. But like any measure of any state, they should comply with stated rules. And it's true that on that point, the Commission is right and confirmed by the General Court and the Court of Justice. They do not misuse their power in order to test whether tax ruling comply with stated rules. And it's not a tax harmonization by the back door. It's normal that the Commission apply the rules that they can. It looks like a tax harmonization indeed, but that's the fault of the member state who refused to have a tax harmonization through the unanimity rule. And if there are discrepancies of the market and that stated rule is there to be used as a tool, the Commission can use it to mitigate the distortion of competition from different type of tax rulings behavior. Now, the problem, is it a selective advantage? And the question is notably the fact that the Commission started from a collapse concept of selective advantage, and the court followed. We see only the word selective advantage, where we don't see advantage one, and then is it selective or not, independently from the advantage. To simplify, the Commission says, well, it's a tax ruling, it's negotiated. I show to you that it's an advantage because that's another story. It's not at arm's length, etc., and it's not the normal behavior. And it's selective because it's granted to that company. But of course, a tax ruling is individual. It's like the Umicore settlement tax return. I have a problem with that. A tax ruling also is mainly, but not only, most of the cases are on transfer pricing. Also, there are profit allocation cases like Apple case, nothing to do with transfer prices. That's a problem of error of fact, etc. But most of the tax ruling are based on the issues of transfer prices for intra-group transaction. And the Commission came out with the idea of arm's length principle, which is a tax principle, which is not the MEOP principle, which is not the same. Arm's length principle is a principle whereby it's centuries of tax, international tax, whereby when you have a cross-border group in order, or group with different subsidiaries, in order to check that the transaction, that the allocation of the profit and the tax base of each subsidiaries according to different member states are correct, you transfer the prices, you have transactions between companies in the group in order to transfer the tax base and in order to pay the tax at the lowest tax rate in one country. Then they transfer charges. In order to show that there is a true transfer, they have to check that the transactions are at arm's length, are according to the pleine concurrence principle, the arm's length principle, which is not the MEOP, which is a principle. Is it a correct transaction like foreign companies between themselves? And then the Commission is taking that principle and distort it a bit in order to say, oh, that's my tool to say, oh, it's not at arm's length, then there is an advantage, and which is selective, by the way. That's globally what I reproach to the reasoning of the Commission, and the General Court is accepting this idea of arm's length principle, although it says it's just a tool, it's not embedded into Article 1071. There were discussions about that. But the main problem is standalone companies and international companies, group companies. A standalone company, an SME in this country, doesn't bother about transfer of prices. They don't care about that. They don't have to. So there is no tax ruling, or they can have a tax ruling on other stuff. Here, the Commission said that on the definition of the reference system, they said that it's a general tax corporate system. Then, of course, there is a discrimination between standalone and others, because standalone, you do not apply transfer pricing. You don't have the tax ruling for that. So the Commission is putting in the same pot for the comparison two different Cs. They compare peers and apples, in fact. They refuse to say that the point of reference is the taxation of international companies against, and the taxation of small and medium or national companies without having this transfer of price issue should be treated different way. They say everything should be treated the same way. Everybody which is taxed in the country should receive the same treatment. And if there is a tax ruling for some and not for others, even though for some it was mandatory and because of the fact, that doesn't matter for the Commission. So that's the principle about the selectivity is debatable. And we have an issue about that in the practice, in the private practice. I will not go into much detail. It's very complex, of course. Here you have a table which is too small for you, but you can see afterwards on your slide. But it is, in fact, to show you in a nutshell where we are. We have a system in Belgium which was allegedly a scheme, which was not, in fact, and which was only in Belgium, which was clearly in order to attract investors. So the Belgians were a bit stupid enough to label the state aid in the title of the measure, and they tried to say it's just a measure. Then you have a Fiat bank treated in Luxembourg, McDonald's treated in Luxembourg, Amazon, NG treated in Luxembourg as well, with difficult loans issues and very difficult tax montage. In Ireland, you have the Apple case, and then you have the in Netherlands again the IKEA case and IKEA case at Starbucks. Just the list to see here where we are. There is a lot to do, and the Commission was right to initiate control and have state aid extended. And it was not the first time. In 2000, on the headquarters regime, it was the same. The Commission did the job as well. Here, in this case, against the tax evasion, against the excessive tax measures, the Commission used the state aid as it should. Then in the application, it's a fact that everything which is in yellow was annulled. So you have seven final decisions of the Commission, and 4 has been annulled. Starbucks was annulled because of problem of burden of proof of the facts, etc. Not really on the principle only, but the Commission dropped the case and did not put it again. Complete failure. Fiat, the case was won by the Commission, and there was an appeal by Fiat and Ireland. It's ongoing. Then Belgium, the case was annulled because of a mistake by the Commission qualifying the case as a scheme and not a series of individual decisions. The case is being the decision has been challenged and annulled, but then the Commission took the decision, is taking the decision again, and the appeal was dismissed, and the Commission can choose now to take again a decision under 8 scheme, because the decision of the judgment of the was reviewed, and or to take the series of new investigation which has been opened 2 years ago, 39 parallel cases which could be taken. In Luxembourg, you have LG and McDonald. McDonald was the only case where the Commission made a U-turn of the appreciation after investigating the matter, and said finally the interpretation of the treaty with the US and Luxembourg, double non-taxation, said it was not a mistake to have a double non-taxation, it happens, so it was no aid. And NG, the case was won and by the Commission, and there is an appeal before by Luxembourg. And in Ireland, the decision of the Commission, which has a problem of allocation of the profit for the IP value between Cupertino and the US and the EU, mainly error of facts, which has been examined by the General Code, not really on the principle of law. There is an appeal which is pending, and where, in fact, the 13 billion of alleged aid has been recovered, reimbursed, and get back to Ireland for the time being. And there is an infringement proceedings that the Commission launched against Ireland, which has been removed from the registry because it was preempting and too late execution of the decision, which has been annulled finally. So that case, I do not know what the Commission does, but they can reinitiate something, but they apparently not. The Amazon case, the other Luxembourg case has been annulled, and there is an appeal by the Commission in that case. So you see that it's mixed feeling. Half of the cases are annulled, and there have been technical error. A lot of the principle of the Commission is being confirmed, notably the use of state aid against tax ruling and the methodology, but a lot of burden of proof and problem of evidence, and the methodology as applied in the case has been the source of the annulment. There is still a UK cases, so a long series of cases before Brexit, which is ongoing. You should comment a bit.
No, Jacques, I think it's just a clerical error because you said it in your presentation, but it says that the appeal in the Belgian excess profit was dismissed. It was the judgment that was set aside, but you said it in your presentation. I think it's just, it's just a typo.
It's an error. So the court annulled the judgment of the court, of the General Court, and the Commission has its decision, which was annulled by the General Court, resuscitated. And they, in the meantime, they took another, they have two roads to follow. Yeah, you're right. I should correct. And then you have formal investigation, which is ongoing, but not a lot. It was multiplying 3 years ago. Now, I do not know what they do. They are prudent. And you have IKEA, Nike, and others, which are still being developed and not no decision definitive on that. You have a guidance. A lot of things are put into the notice on the notion of aid in 2016, where the Commission put a section on tax ruling, very much synthesizing its belief and the case law of the Commission, and the tax ruling papers, which is on your list as well, working paper. So let's finish quickly the selectivity. Recent case law on other than tax ruling as well, but I'll come back to that on the principle. Material selectivity gave rise to other situation. It's a related tax as well. The Spanish goodwill case, as we call it World Duty Free as well, or Banco Santander. It's a long saga of 15 years. I will try to explain quickly. Basically, the Spanish wanted to provide a goodwill, a tax incentive, a tax gift, so to speak, for companies who are investing abroad. Companies who are investing abroad, they get a goodwill, they can deduct if they invest at least 5% in a company and they keep it for a certain time, etc. That goodwill tax advantage, they don't get it if they invest in a Spanish resident company. They get it if the Spanish resident company is investing into a company abroad. It looks like an export aid in the facts, but it's more sophisticated than that. Anyway, but it's open to all. The law basically says, if you choose to do so, you will get that. If you don't do that, you will not get that. Quite easy. And then the General Court said, well, there is no selectivity because I cannot see who will benefit from it. It depends on your choice. It depends. So it is, in fact, the General Court was inventing a preliminary condition to the three conditions we have seen. They said, well, we need to be able to define a close group of people which are addressees of that advantage. I need to know, I have a close group. The General Court said, I need to see that. And the court said, no, you should not see that. It's not in my head, and you should not have put that in addition to my three conditions. So I annul your judgment. That's it. That's the Court of Justice. And it's been referred back to the General Court, which rejected again applying the new rules of the Court of Justice because the General Court was obliged to selective aid then, and again new appeals which gave rise to this. I will not go to a long list of cases which has been adjudicated in October, and finally the Court of Justice closed the matter and said, no, it is selective, full stop. You did not understand what I said, it is selective. I will not go into that. You will see there is 3 slides. It's easy. It's good because the court have a general reminder of the principles, explain how to determine a reference system, and explain as well the selective measures. And you see in the first indent, selective measure is selective even if there is no particular category of beneficiaries ex ante, and all undertakings established in the member state have potential access to the advantage. So even if all can get the advantage, it's still selective because some will not get it because they will not choose to get the advantage. I call it the behavioral selectivity invention of the Court of Justice. I disagree totally with that, but it's not the law. I wrote on that in 2017, but it's over now. The Court of Justice agreed with itself on that and considered that it was selective. On the same day as that case, World Duty Free, 21st December or 20 December 16, you have the Lübeck Airport, which is totally contrary, but it is not inconsistent if you see the facts. So in the goodwill case, we say it's open to all, but only some who choose to do the behavior will get the advantage, then it's selective. And then Lübeck Airport, it's airlines at Lübeck. And according to German law, there was a reduction of tax, landing tax, something like that in Lübeck Airport. And was it selective or not? There was an advantage. Was it selective? Is it open to all? And it was open to all airlines landing at Lübeck. And under German law, the Lübeck Airport is one legal order. So the regulation of the Lübeck Airport is one legal order in itself. So it was totally consistent, i.e., indeed, it was not selective. In that case, it was not selective because all airlines in Lübeck Airport, although the airlines in Frankfurt are treated differently, but in Lübeck, they're treated the same. So in Lübeck, there is no selectivity. And then there is no state aid. Because under German law, there was reason to believe that indeed, the regulation of Lübeck Airport depends on that regulation and not of the regulation of the whole airports in Germany. So that's what the loophole and the reason why there was this possibility. There is a tension with regional selectivity, I will tell you, with the Azores case, I'll come back. And then other cases, Abraham, etc. It's all full cases, but to show you the difficulty, I'm maybe a bit subjective in that, but I'm not totally stupid. Advocate General Samoru, how do you can do the Danish? Enfin, O, Mr. O, Advocate General Danish at the court, was against this trend of the trade law of war duty free and tried to change the idea of the code and said you should not say it's selective because in this case it was real estate tax, something totally obscure. But he said it should be no aid because it's not selective. And the code said, no, it is selective, but there is no aid nevertheless because it's justified by the probation diabolica I mentioned. So the same result, but the idea of the Advocate General was to say, well, if it's available to all, it cannot be selective. But the code does not follow that. Here, I just wanted to show you in these critiques the concept of advantage and selectivity. We compare two different kinds, and it is collapsing sometimes, collapsed by the Commission of the Court. The advantage, as we have seen, we compare with the normal market conditions, i.e., we compare what the state does with what it should do, ideally, what it should have done, ideally, as a private investor. That's the comparison we have. And the selectivity is another type of comparison, which shows that we cannot say it's a selective advantage. It's an advantage which can be selective or not. But collapsing the two is not possible because the test is different. When you run the test of comparison of selectivity, you compare what a state does in a case with what it normally does in other cases. What not it should do, what it does. For instance, in the Fiat case in Luxembourg, there are 21 or 30 tax rulings in the file of the Commission in the similar situation, but the Commission refuses to compare them. They say, I see only the Fiat case. It's individually selective, full stop. But they don't try to see, well, yes, but if Luxembourg is doing the same with all, how is it selective? If they give the same type of advantage to all and negotiate the same time, it's more complex than that, but because in Luxembourg, sometimes you have oral tax ruling. So transparency and consistency is not there. But on the principle, I have a problem about all that. And then I'll not come back on Lubeck, Moll, Rude-Tulfi, etc. It goes all directions. And then my problem was standalone versus multinationals. Let's finish off quickly with regional selectivity. I hope you are not totally lost, but selectivity is like that for the time being. Regional selectivity, clearer but subtle, and it was the Azores case. Quite easy to understand, in fact, but it's quite subtle. Azores is an island, as you know, of Portugal. And in Azores, they have a government, they have a parliament, they have everything independent, so to speak, and they decided to grant a tax exemption to companies resident in Azores. All companies resident in Azores get the same. So the Portugal said to Commission, it's not the state aid, it's not selective. I do not have a problem. So you should not compare with the continent. It's Azores, there is no problem. And my consistency of the rules is decided by the Azores, is the procedure of the Parliament Azores, etc. And then the court with the Commission devised a system whereby the three scenarios are there, cumulative conditions. Yes, but let's see who is paying the price of that. To see what is the point of reference. Is it the continent, Portugal, or is it Azores only? If it's Azores, there is no aid because no selectivity, all companies are treated the same. If it's Portugal as a whole, of course, there is a discrimination between the companies resident in Azores and the rest in Portugal. Then, institutional autonomy. Do you have a central authority, the Azores, holding the competence and being independent to do so? Yes, they decided alone. Do they follow an autonomy, a procedural autonomy? They have their own parliament that decided on their own. Yes. So not selective until there. But then who pays? Who pays the price of the gift that they give to companies residing in Azores? Not the Azores, of course. It's Porto. Who is transferring the money to pay that price? And then with that last catch-all condition, the court said, well, you see, it's selective because who pays the price of that? It's the metropolitan of Portugal, is Portugal. So the point of reference is the Portugal inventory, and then there is a selectivity, of course. Voilà. And then I finish off with that. You have some references of recent judgment, which goes in the direction I mentioned. You have also decision on ports, which I still do not understand why the ports challenge the decision of the commission, losing the case entirely. They didn't make an appeal on that, but they didn't understand the concept of selectivity and that. In fact, it was ports, ports were exempted from corporate tax for 50, 60 years, for centuries, like that. They paid just the tax of natural person, person moral, I mean the legal entities, not the corporate tax. In certain countries, the same in Holland, in Germany, in France, in Belgium. And then the commission went against that and said, well, you do economic activities, frankly, you have some public services, but not too much. And you should pay the tax like the point of reference. Any company on the business pays the tax, corporate tax. So you should now pay the corporate tax. And they said it was an existing aid in the past because it was before the treaty. Now you should change it and tax them. And they tried to say that there was no selectivity because there was all companies were treated the same, etc. They completely lost the case. Voilà. Do we continue? I can continue all overnight, but 30 left. Well, we need to continue. Yes. Then we have we need to at least. No, of course, 5 minutes, no interruption.
So we'll do 5-minute break. Thank you.
Okay, we're on. Okay, so state resources and imputability. State resources and imputability. Let's start with an inherent contradiction that Zach rightly referred to in the beginning when he was explaining the different conditions. Let's read at the letter of the provision. And it says that state aid is an advantage, and now we quote, granted by a member state or through state resources in any form whatsoever. By a member state or through state resources. But as we will discuss now, the case law has clearly said there are two cumulative conditions. One is that the measure is granted by a state, that it is imputable to the state. And on top of that, you need that it is the condition that it is financed from state resources. So one wonders, how can we have on the treaty a clear or, an alternative, but then it's interpreted cumulatively? Exactly. This starts from a debate already in the 80s, 90s, and there were even diverging judgments of the Court of Justice. There was first a judgment in Van Tigele about the minimum price of gin, the drink. And the court said, this is not stated, it doesn't involve state resources because this is just the consumer that is burdened on his private resources. And the company, of course, benefits because they have a minimum price in their favor when they sell the gin drink. But that's coming from a private resource. It's the burden on the individual consumer to finance this. Therefore, no state resources, no state aid. But then there were other judgments on other cases that said, well, if the state instructs a certain advantage to be given, even if it's on the burden of a specific individual, it's still state aid. So they did not require state resources. And then it comes in 93 to the Court of Justice that settled this issue for good. And since 93, we don't have any diverging case law in the Sloman-Neptune case that we will see later on in detail. But what that case said is, so there is an extensive discussion already in the Advocate General opinion, and there were two camps of interpretation of that key provision. One, the extensive interpretation said exactly what I just described. It says granted by a member state, meaning without state resources, or through state resources. Therefore, two alternative possibilities. Therefore, we also catch advantages that are just granted by the member state, even if they don't have state resources. But the other interpretation, the more narrow, was that this granted by a member state, of course, it means through state resources, but it just means by the central state. Or through state resources is only meant in order to catch decentralized entities, private or public, that are entrusted by the state in order to manage those funds. So in both cases, we have state resources. It's just that we don't mention it in the first one because it's evident that when it's granted by the member state, it's granted from its own pocket centrally. But the second one is through state resources because it's not enough that you just have private entities granting measures. They must be somehow with state resources. There must be some burden for the state in that latter case. It's not evident. And the court said it's that narrow interpretation, the second one, that is the applicable one. And therefore, we do have a requirement of both imputability. It must be granted by the state and through state resources. So that explains this in the face of it contra legem case law, one would think, but actually it's in the Advocate General opinion. He really takes the 2 points of view and he explains why the narrow interpretation should be followed. Since then it's settled, we need both. And both requirements are sometimes confused a bit. And it's like Jacques described on the different issue of selective advantage. Sometimes they are collapsed into one condition. Here as well, these two requirements are sometimes collapsed into one condition. They say, some decisions say it's imputable to the state and it's financed from state resources. And the facts supporting this conclusion are in the same section. It's not easy to distinguish the two. But it's important to keep in mind that these are different conditions and they have one thing in common. They're both about the state's control, but the object of the control is different. Imputability is about the state's control over the adoption of the measure that we are examining. Who decided that? Was it the state that this decision must be imputed to? Whereas state resources is about the state's control over the funds financing the support, not about the decision to grant a measure necessarily. It's about imputability is about control over the decision. State resources about the state's control over the resources that will finance the measure. What is the state? The state can be a wide concept, central, regional, local authorities is still the state. It could be also, as we just explained in the idea behind this interpretation, that it could also be other public or private bodies designated or established by the state. But they must manage state resources. We have, yes, the test that we follow is in order to have him. So let's first examine the condition of imputability, because I would like to keep the two separate. So I have a separate section first on imputability, and then we will examine state resources. On imputability, what is the test? The test is set out in the Stardust Marine case law. And it says that in order to check whether we have a decision imputable to the state, we must check whether the public authorities must be regarded as having been involved in one way or another in the adoption of those measures. And the case law has shown that we don't need proof that the state decided the specific measure at issue. We don't need the email of the minister or proof of the phone call who calls and says to the public undertaking in question, please provide that loan to the beneficiary at very good terms. We don't need to have the email of the minister, and it makes perfect sense that this is not required, because then this would not be able to be provided by the Commission. The Commission is not an authority that has police powers and can enter ministries and audit them, by no means. So there is no need for that kind of proof, but it can be circumstantial proof. A proof of likelihood of involvement of the state. So when you have a company that has certain contracts with the state and it operates a service of general interest, this can be indications that there is a close involvement with the state. And when you have some declarations by a minister that we will stand by a certain company, and then you see a public company suddenly taking a measure in favor of that company, these are all circumstantial indicators that altogether can lead to a likelihood that this decision of the public company to grant an aid to a beneficiary must be imputed to the state. There is no imputability if what is done at issue is something mandatory under EU law. For example, when EU law says for this kind of products, there is no VAT to be paid and it's an unconditional obligation, the member states, of course, implement this. It's not a question of state aid. EU law already says that.
Yeah. Just to illustrate, if we come back to that, on the marine Stardust Marine, just to illustrate, it was the Crédit Lyonnais, which was at the time a French bank controlled by and nationalized by the state. So it was the state, so to speak, and they invested into Caribbean marines cruises, totally stupid, wasting the money of the French, okay? And then it's an example of the French reaction when they want to change the case law. Only the French government can do that. And then they challenge the decision of the Commission, which was logic. They say, I presume that it's a nationalized bank, it's the state. And they won the case. They annulled the decision because the Commission did not prove that indeed there was no presumption. They should have tested as Adonis said. So that's a good example of the case law. It depends on that choose to prove ultimately against the Commission. But it was a stupid case of a national bank wasting the money of the French into this Caribbean. And it was not a state aid apparently because they didn't prove, the Commission didn't prove that the Crédit Lyonnais did it under the instructions of the ministers. It could have been that, but they have not proved. And the Deutsche Bahn, it was Deutsche Bahn complaining against the airlines because the airlines were exempted from excise duties on the kerosene, and not Deutsche Bahn on the diesel, of course. It's still the case. But stupidly, Deutsche Bahn challenged the decision of the Commission, which was right, of course. The imputability, the source of the advantage was not Germany. They just complied with the EU law. It was a directive. So no state aid, it was an EU aid.
Indeed. we will also go into depth in several other cases as the presentation goes. And if we want to take three categories of possible imputability, there are three categories of difficulty. The first one is easy, straightforward, is when we decide acts of public authorities, whether it is a legislative measure or directly a capital injection directly by the ministry. The ministry decides through the state budget to make a capital injection to a given company. You don't need to think further. This is imputable to the state. It's done by an agent of the state. Then there are less clear cases, and this is where all the case law of imputability almost is about, public undertakings. They are not part of the administration, but they are state-owned, and the court tries to keep the right balance between not presuming that everything those public undertakings do must be controlled as possible state aid, because that would be an impossible situation for them to operate in the market. But at the same time, we need to have some control. So there goes the test of Stardust Marine that I just explained. And it's based on a body of evidence, if I show them this. And it's really a case-by-case assessment. There are, however, even less clear cases where it's even a bit more difficult to show, cases of private undertakings, private entities. Here, by private or public, I don't mean whether they are incorporated as a Société Anonyme or as a body, a corporation of the state. There are several categories in different member states. It's not the type of incorporation. I mean, who is the controller of the company? So you can have very well a Société Anonyme, but if it's 100% owned by the state, I'm referring to it as public undertaking. So it's not the method of incorporation that matters. That's a formalistic issue. What matters is whether it's state-owned or privately owned. And it's already the middle category in state-owned undertakings, but it's even less clear when you have privately owned undertakings that are sometimes ordered or not. You cannot find the email from the minister, as I just explained, but there is some suspicious behavior and they intervene to do something. What does the commission need to prove to show imputability? And we will go to a specific example on that, on Tercas. Tercas was about an action by a private entity. That private entity was the consortium of all Italian banks, public and private. And of course, the majority of the market is private of banks. So it's a presumably private entity. And they had a bank in difficulty, Banca Tercas. And this consortium says, well, we will inject 300 million to that bank. They cover the negative equity of that bank. And then this allowed them to sell it to another bank, Banca Popolare di Bari, and the commission says this is state aid. And there were suspicions of course, there was no hard evidence of the Italian minister or the Bank of Italy saying, do that, otherwise there will be consequences. There was none of that sort. But the commission used whatever circumstantial evidence it could show on that case. And the General Court was not convinced. So it said, we do not have imputability here. The commission appealed, arguing that based on some wording of the General Court, that the General Court imposes a harder test of imputability for private grantors of aid than for public ones. And it implied, that wording, that it's not enough just to have circumstantial evidence, the control of the minister over that private consortium, the minutes of the meeting that didn't say anything specific but could be hidden messages. This is not enough. You need to show that there was member state involvement on the specific measure. That was the commission's argument in the appeal. And on that basis, it argued that there was a higher standard of proof for such private grantors. There is no other case, to my knowledge, of private grantors. There is no other case of private grantors. That was the first one. And the Court of Justice disagreed with the commission, and it interpreted the judgment of the General Court as saying that it's the same standard of proof. So in both cases, you don't need to show that the specific measure was forcing this entity to act and that the state was involved in that specific measure. You still can show just likelihood and circumstantial indications. But there is one objective difference, the Court of Justice says, and one wonders whether this is still, you may not call this a different standard of proof, but it still makes it difficult in the end of the story to prove imputability in such cases of private grantors. This objective difference is that in public grantors, you have a capital link with the state. In private grantors, you don't have it. So there is one less indication, and you have to prove less. You have to prove more indications in order to compensate for the absence of that indication. But that is the only case that we had a private grantor, and the test is the same, but there is this objective difference that in the end makes the Commission's life harder for such cases. State resources now. What are state resources? State resources are funds under the control and at the disposal of the state, and it can include also EU funds such as structural funds. When the decision on how to manage those funds is taken by the member state, they are still state resources, even if they come from EU money. They are not state resources when it's the Commission, the European Investment Bank, other EU bodies that decide how this will be apportioned in the economy of the EU. But structural funds are decided by the member states how they will be used. So they are still state resources. And they can be transferred in many forms. You can have a very easy transfer of state resources from the budget. There is a direct grant or a loan. It can also be foregone revenues. That's also a cost for the state. So they tax less one company than other companies. Or it can be exposure. They may not even be triggered to pay anything yet, but there is an exposure of state funds when they give a state guarantee, for example. But what is important is that the money must be controlled by the state. So the source of the money is not relevant. So it may still be ultimately almost all money is coming from consumers, individuals, citizens, it's private money, but then the state raises taxes. Of course, it may have initially a private origin, this money, but if it is raised by the state somehow, then it becomes under the control of the state, and then it's paid to the undertaking through state resources. However, we do not have state resources when this private money goes directly to another private person, the beneficiary, without passing through the state's control. In my example of the minimum price for the gin, it goes directly from the consumer's pocket, who has to pay a minimum price and not the presumably lower market price, to the supplier of that alcoholic product. So, but it doesn't go through the state. Then you don't have state resources. And there have been some specific cases where, so when we have a levy, normally the state levy, tax, surcharge, we can call it in any terminology we wish, but when the state raises such compulsory funds, then this becomes state resources. But there is one exceptional kind of case in the Pearl and Douai-Levage case law where compulsory levies are not state resources. But be careful, it concerns really specific cases. They are the private sector, opticians, or they were raising animals in the other case. They go to the minister and they say, we have a very good idea, a very good initiative for the sector. We will manage it ourselves, but we're afraid of free riding of some of our members. Please, minister, make this compulsory. And the only role of the state there is just to rubber stamp as compulsory a certain levy that is benefiting, for example, in Pearl, the Association of Opticians for some marketing campaigns. But the initiative comes from the private sector and the administration of the whole scheme comes from the private sector. It's a bit of an exceptional case, but it's important to keep in mind. Compulsory levy, but it's not state resources because it's in the initiative, in the private initiative and managed privately. And when do we have a transfer through state resources? That's more about the time that we have a granting of the measure. As soon as you have the legal entitlement to receive the aid under national law. So it's not necessary that the aid has been actually paid out or that the guarantee has been triggered. Just having the right to receive the aid means that the measure is granted. So we have state aid at that moment. Of course, if you never get the payment in the end of the story, it will influence the question of recovery because you will not have, of course, to pay back if there is incompatible state aid, an amount of money that you never got into your pocket. But of course, the entitlement will be abolished, so you'll never get the money in such a case. Recent judgment in the Mikula cases, in those cases, the court decided that it was not the legal entitlement created in a general right to compensation that granted the measure. We don't yet have a finding on whether this is state aid. This is still pending in that case, and it's the key question. And Zach is fighting with some colleagues of mine with very good arguments on both sides. So that is pending. But the timing of the measure, we had a recent judgment, and there it is not when we have a more general substantive right of compensation, but the court says it's when this is concretized into a specific award with a specific amount confirming the existence of that right that was previously litigated. That's a specific case, but to keep in mind. Now, some case law on state resources in order to really understand the different nuances, because I think state resources is really a kind of cas de figure case law. You may have the case law on different private associations, you may have price regulation cases, and it's important to see this different cas de figure in order to draw some some conclusions on when we have state resources, if we can have a coherent test. Now, I will not be long on that because I explained it at the very beginning. The Sloman-Neptune case, this is the case that really explained, it took a position, and previously we had diverging case law. It took a position in favor of the narrow interpretation that this famous sentence, aid granted by a member state or through state resources, always requires state resources. And the question is it centrally by the state through its own resources, or is it by other entities? Again, however, state resources are needed. In that case, it was about the possibility of some ship owners with a German flag to hire non-EU seafarers with lower pay. And the allegation was that this was state aid. The court said, no, this is just regulation. It doesn't cost anything to the member state. It's the poor seafarers that have to bear the burden of being paid less. This is a private resource directly given to from the seafarers to the ship owners. It's not a state aid matter. That's the point of the court. So it's not granted through state resources. And then we have cases, Vincent mentioned that in Germany, we really have a lot of funds involved into environmental and energy aid. And these cases really show that, because you will see that a big bunch of cases now about state resources are about the energy sector in Germany. Press and Electra, we have Germany obliging private energy suppliers to buy from renewable producers at a minimum price. So similar to my example with the minimum price of the gin alcoholic drink. The court said these are private resources because it goes directly, the burden is on the energy suppliers who are obliged by law to buy at a minimum price from the renewable producers of energy. The burden is on the private companies bearing that. And the court is very open and admits, yes, that is the case, even if we do admit that the member state coerces, is forcing them, those people, there is a clear obligation to buy at minimum price. And even if there is an undisputable advantage to these renewables producers, but it's not through state resources. And I think it's important to bear in mind such cases, the court decides consciously that cases that are only about price regulation, they may be a matter under other fields of EU law, but it's not a state aid kind of case. That's the point the court makes, in my view, there. We have other cases later on, like Enea. We don't have a pricing obligation here, but it's something similar. It's an obligation to purchase minimum quantity. And as anybody with basic notions of economics understands, you can influence the price directly, or you can put obligations on the quantity you need to purchase, and then the price will follow as well. So there, Poland obliged energy suppliers to buy minimum 50% every year from cogeneration units. And there, the argument in favor of state resources would have been, it was on the case, but it was not accepted by the court, but the majority of suppliers were public undertakings. So they said the majority of the funds are mobilized through private sources. But the court said, no, these are still private resources. It may happen that the majority of the persons that are under this burden happen to be public undertakings in that member state, but the obligation is horizontal and it involves as well private undertakings. So it could be, it's not necessarily through state funds. Then we have another line of cases that is important to differentiate from what I just described in Press and Electra and Enea, because there we have the opposite conclusion. There we didn't only have a minimum price, which is financed by the person bearing that price, but we also had a levy by the state And this levy was on consumers, and it would compensate the persons burdened by these transactional obligations for that burden. Therefore, the state in the end of the story had to foot the bill. And in that case, the court said there are state resources. So it's not a case where the state merely says this is the minimum or maximum price for that service of good. On top of that, it says, and I institute a levy or a tax on this category of undertakings or consumers to finance the cost for the poor private persons in the transaction that have to suffer that burden. So there, the state intervenes on top of that with a levy, and therefore we have state resources. Then we have the case of the EEG surcharge, where Germany obliged the 4 private transmission system operators, so they are in a key position in the electricity system, and there are only 4 and they're private. They were obliged to buy from producers of renewable energy at a fixed price. So they were getting an advantage, those producers. This fixed price was set in their favor. But Germany only allowed them to pass the cost of that price regulation burden to their own customers, which were the electricity suppliers, who would then supply to the customers, to the consumers, the final consumers. And there the commission came with a theory of, if I may call it, a de facto levy. They said, we have examined the market and in every case they pass it on. So there is de facto a levy. And the General Court agreed with that interpretation. But the Court of Justice disagreed. And this shows how debated those issues can be and how not straightforward they can be. It says the transmission system operators, those 4 private ones, they were private, the ones bearing the burden to buy at a minimum price. They only had the possibility to pass it on. And this is just a possibility. It's not a levy. If they had the obligation to pass it on, this would be a levy for the next downstream category of companies. But they only had the possibility. So the fact that it happened in every case, the court was not convinced by that. So it's the de facto levy was insufficient. And the court says the advantage must be linked to a burden for the state budget. Then we had another case, Akema, where there was both a levy on consumers and the funds were collected by a state-controlled entity. Therefore, for those 2 reasons, the court says we have state resources. First, because there is a levy, the funds are raised by the state, therefore they enter the control of the state. And secondly, and in my view, for an independent reason, so both reasons on their own could justify the presence of state resources. Second reason was that there was a state-controlled entity collecting those funds, so they enter the series. That we just have a compulsory levy is sufficient to have state resources. And that, I think, confirms the interpretation that these 2 previous reasons I just mentioned, having a state entity collecting the funds and having a levy, are 2 sufficient grounds on their own to have state resources. There are other pending cases that I mentioned here. They're pending, they are sensitive, there is a big debate. I will not go into details also in the interest of time. And here, I think it's worth mentioning the cases of the implicit and unlimited guarantee, because these EPIC cases are really a very important stream of case law where the state would have an unlimited guarantee for a certain category of companies. And this, of course, involves state resources. And I recall again the very particular case of a compulsory levy, however, at the initiative of a private sector financing a private initiative. So if we conclude, when do we have state resources? I can see 3 general categories, although it's really a kind of cas de figure case law. But if we can try to find a coherent theory, we have 3 alternative situations. So each of them is sufficient to have state resources. They're not cumulative. The first one is when we have a mandatory tax levy, call it whatever you want, but a compulsory contribution imposed by the member state to finance a certain measure. With the sole exception of these Pearl and Douai-Levage cases where the state simply rubber stamps a certain contribution as compulsory, but it's the sector that comes with the initiative and then manages the scheme. Second, independent case where we may have state resources, where the manager of the resources is controlled by the state. And then they enter the control area of the state, those resources. And the third case is where we have any other case where the cost of the obligation, for example, to purchase or sell, is covered by the state. There may be a guarantee of the state that if your cost is becoming excessive after a certain threshold from the price regulation, then the state comes and covers the extra. Then we have state resources. Thank you.
That's it. Yeah. The last session for you, if you want. But it is 6, but do you allow us 8 minutes?
Well, thank you. I'll keep it shorter than foreseen, just to be reasonable on the timing. And also, I think what Jacques already said at the beginning, this last requirement about distortion of competition and effect on trade, which are, by the way, very often treated together, let's say, seems to be very often seen as a logical, fairly automatic consequence of the first 4 criteria being fulfilled. So it's not a legal presumption, I understand. Maybe someone should explain that at some point, the exact difference between the legal presumption and something that comes almost automatically. I would be very keen to hear that. But for now, this is, of course, the text that we have seen a couple of times. And what I find very interesting in this text already is that it speaks of distorting or threatening to distort competition. So let's say the bar, how shall I say, is even, in the language sort of lowered, if I can put it like that, by referring to, threatening to distort is already, a filter, a fairly low bar that sort of is applied here. And insofar as it affects trade, but also that is actually fairly quickly the case in many circumstances, even if there is a bit of a development in more recent years. Also, what is then worth saying is that precisely because, let's say, the conditions are fairly easily following from the top 4 conditions, there is also no need sort of to define the markets, as you might be accustomed to, of course, in merger control or antitrust. You can sort of go to the next step and come to the conclusion that there is an effect on trade or distortion of competition. A bit like in cartel cases, perhaps, where also you don't have to define markets once you have come to the conclusion that there is a cartel. Now, I've said most of these things, so I think we might as well just move on to this slide, which is telling, and it does set the scene a bit. I mean, these are a couple of quotes from actually 2 important judgments, a bit older perhaps, but still what they do is actually they really highlight that also the court has sort of taken the line historically that it very easily concludes that there is a distortion of competition somehow or an effect on trade. And so even if, like in the Altmark case, which is very well known for different reasons, but also says something about the effect on trade, it is not impossible that a public subsidy granted to an undertaking which provides only local or regional transport services and does not provide any transport services outside its state of origin may nonetheless have an effect on trade between member states. And another one, the next one, there is no threshold or percentage below which it may be considered that trade between member states is not affected. The relatively small amount of aid or the relatively small size of the undertaking does not exclude the possibility that trade between member states might be affected. So you could say actually, the central point here is, it doesn't exclude. It's not impossible. And so this really shows the level is not very high. And I would say that there's actually some good reason for that. So if we focus on distortion of competition first, effect on trade will come in a moment. Basically, the reasoning here by the Commission and by the court is that, okay, the moment a firm that is somehow in competition with other firms gets support, financial support, an advantage through state resources, then this will likely improve its competitive position. And this will, by default, almost distort or threaten to distort competition. And this is, of course, different from what we now know in antitrust, where there is a rather meaningful hurdle of, an appreciable effect on trade or a restriction of competition. There is somehow a level that must be passed before one can really say, okay, there is a restriction of competition. And probably, and I'm just focusing here on the first point actually, which is the most relevant one. I think, in normal business, in the normal course of how markets function, you will always see that companies, they get together and they make a contract for distribution or maybe cooperation, or it's really part and parcel of commercial life of the market economy that companies work together vertically, horizontally. Okay, they should not be cartels. That's the horrible thing. But otherwise, there are one can see that there potentially are benefits to that, and there is a conscious choice, I think, to leave it to the market and say it's fine as long as you really have an impact on market power. State aid is a little bit of a different animal. It doesn't come spontaneous out of the market. Actually, it's the opposite. It comes from the state who intervenes in the market. It's like an external force, an external influence in the market, which is not inherent to a normal market process, if you like. And it's for that reason, maybe with a bit of hindsight interpretation by me, but I think we would be willing to say that the authors of the Spark report probably believed that it was essential that the level playing field for firms was not distorted by these external forces, subsidies, where they had a bit of a suspicion, these are things that may work out badly for competition between firms and the level playing field in the internal market. So I think the starting point is a bit more scrutiny, strictness to whatever is happening by the state than in other areas of competition policy. The other point which I find also important to mention here is that, okay, it's one thing to say that an aid to a bus company here in the region somewhere in Germany, okay, that you might discuss how relevant that really is for the internal market or something of that nature. Small subsidies, a training aid to a company here next door in Brussels, Schaerbeek. What's the purpose? Why do we look at that from a union point of view? But of course, these individual measures, they may actually mushroom into many such measures. Actually, they become a scheme whereby you have many firms potentially under that scheme. So you always have to sort of look at the cumulative effect of similar of those measures. If you approve one measure, if you sort of tolerate one such instance of a bit of training aid to one firm, I mean, you tolerate a lot potentially. So that's already, that builds up. But the other thing is also, imagine that one country sort of decides, okay, I'll give money to all my my textiles firms or fashion developers. You might say, okay, well, it's just each time a little bit of money to a very small firm. But of course, combined by one country, this may actually have an effect on competition. It may actually trigger reactions by other countries who, will say, aha, actually this what this member state is actually tolerating or doing is to the detriment ultimately of my firms. And so, the subsidy race may actually evolve. So I think the scrutiny or the strictness, even on small measures, can in part be explained by maybe a fear that this shouldn't mushroom out of control. Effect on trade, a bit of a similar story, I think. Also here, the the bar is set relatively low. Even if on this one, the Commission has sort of in the last couple of years changed emphasis. So it has tried to put limits on the scope of the effect on trade requirements. And in a limited number of cases, it has considered that, really due to the specific circumstances and the local impact and everything, it has sort of refrained from saying this is having an effect on trade. This is state aid in the sense of Article 107.1. And so it has adopted several strings of cases starting in 2015, 2016, and also publicizing that a little bit, this emphasis that has led to a new approach, the principles of which are also incorporated in the notion of aid communication that was published in 2016. Maybe to finish off, to say that also the court has actually been willing to accept this type of reasoning. And one example is the Marinvest case, which is actually which was about a Slovenian port, sort of a local port, but located at a river, I suppose, right? Slovenia has a little access to the sea, except yeah, okay. So here there was an instance of a local port, the operations of which, or the investment of which, was supported by local subsidies. And the Commission came to the conclusion that, well, first of all, very few foreigners, outsiders, were actually using that port. So it was very much a domestic affair, if you like. And secondly, also, let's say, from an investment perspective or a commercial investment perspective, this was not like the type of port that was likely to attract many sort of interested investors. And those two elements are also sort of singled out, I should say, by the Commission itself in its notion of aid communication. It precisely identifies that, when the services are really destined for a limited area, and it can be foreseen that the measure by the state has no more than a marginal effect on the conditions of cross-border investment or establishment, well, in those cases, one could come to the conclusion that there's no effect on trade. The little bit strange thing about this case, if I may say, or that sometimes keeps me wondering, was that actually there was a, I believe, Italian investor in the picture somehow, or at least a potential investor. The Italian, I think, was the owner of maybe a neighboring local port, potentially, something like that. So there was, one couldn't completely exclude the international dimension there either. Yeah.
Neighbors.
Aha.
It was interested by Croatia as well.
Well, yes. Yeah. Maybe it has been a little bit a slight leap of faith, or I don't know, by the Commission to say, okay, let's implement our policy or emphasize a bit what we want to achieve. It remains a matter of degree ultimately. So one can always argue that what this one person, was complaining about was simply not material enough, really, for Brussels to be involved in. I think there is a case for saying that as well. So that is the main point here. Final point, perhaps also for you to realize, this is coming back on this, and whether there's a need to define the relevant market. Well, the court has made it clear quite early on, already in 1980, in an important, well-known case at least, that there is indeed no need to define relevant markets before coming to the conclusion that something, let's say, affects trade or distorts competition, yes or no, in line with the fairly automatic treatment of the Commission and the court. Shall I leave it here? Yeah.
Yeah, so just to finish off on the effect on trade, there is the syndrome of the Dorsten swimming pool. The Dorsten swimming pool, Dorsten is a small village on the German-Dutch border, I think. And it was a case that Germany deliberately notified to the Commission to make it change its policy. So they said, you know, I'm subsidizing this small swimming pool where nobody goes, and tell me that it's not a state aid, because the Dutchmen do not cross the border to go to the swimming pool in Dorsten. And in that case, the Commission said that there was no state aid, but it was not sufficient to clarify all that. You have the Marinvest case. Apparently, Jacob said, well, it's Croatian as well, and then Italian investor is not that local, and there were no appeal in that case. So we do not know the idea of the court, and the court is still sticking to the fact that even the smallest SME in a small village will trigger state aid control for the time being, in principle. But you want to have less work. Voilà. Let's finish off. Thank you for your patience. 16 minutes late, but next time, next Friday, where, Valérie? The same, okay, the same. So you're welcome here. You're welcome to come to Brussels. There will be no storm. There is nothing happening outside. And come here so that we have an interaction as well with you, no problem. And we will continue on procedure, judicial review. It will be less theoretical, a bit more practical, so to speak. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.